Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, hello.
Hello, Happer.
Hi.
Who's echoing?
Nobody anymore, John, because I clicked the mute button.
Nice. Way to go. Way
Nicely done.
to go. Better mute yourself, Josh. You should know this by now.
I know. John and I just recorded 1,000 things, and I'm trying to get them all uploaded. And I feel like John. Is this what it's like for you every day? Flustered,
overstimulated,
just like too many things are happening.
There's a lot of things. You got to set up a lot of things.
Like we can't even hop.
You have to compartmentalize.
We can't even hop into the chat without John Jacob just going in on Rule every second of every day.
Oh yeah, John Jacob Jingleheimer
Bro,
Schmidt.
like let's cross over.
That's my name.
First.
Two.
Let's just cross over a little bit before we say Matt Rule stinks.
I mean, that could be our crossover topic.
Does Matt Rule stink?
Does he
Dipskis, can you not mute that guy? No, we are. From our end, it would be blocking him.
I don't want to do it.
And I don't want to block him.
I don't want to do it.
Yeah.
John, you were sitting pretty close to Matt Rule yesterday. Did he stink?
I wasn't that close. He was on the far end.
I mean, you're in the same building, so.
Did you guys hear?
I wouldn't have been able to smell him through the stench of that game anyway.
Did you
Even
guys
if he
hear?
did stink.
Or did you notice you weren't there? Did you notice that he left? You were probably focused on the game. So Matt Rule apparently left. 5 minutes later, the Pete tweet drops. So I have a theory.
I wonder what happened.
Yeah. So
What's your theory?
That Matt Rule walked
Called
into the
Pete
concourse
tweets?
and was like, hey, we've hired the guy. We've hired the new defensive coordinator.
Mr. Orich.
Because I messaged someone like, yeah, Rule got up 5 minutes before the tweet went out.
It's really funny how news breaks these days.
Yeah, because I laughed when Pete Thamel said sources.
Yeah.
I just
Sources.
You
replied? You saw a tweet?
I have a burner now, remember? And
God.
Now apparently
Yeah,
people have
Josh
figured
has
out
a
who
burner.
my burner is.
Oh, really?
I have Nick has followed. I don't tweet from it. It's just so I can read stuff.
Oh, I have to do a research on
Travis in Dallas has followed it.
I want to find it. I'll find it.
All right, perfect.
I'm going to go find it.
I follow you on there.
So I got a lot of new followers over the last couple of days.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
I wonder why.
Yeah, I wonder why too.
Yeah. I have a few less.
Horse crap call.
That's true, John. You were blocking people, I heard.
Yeah.
Now they're calling you soft on the internet.
Oh, are they?
John
Oh,
soft.
wow. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you blocked
wait a
somebody?
second.
Is this what I hear?
So people who don't follow me anyway, who then all of a sudden jump into my mentions just so they can taunt me, and I block them even though they don't follow me anyway. I figured I'm doing them a favor.
That's a great way to put it. I would agree with you.
I've given you the great Christmas present that you've all wanted. You don't want me. You hate it when people talk about things other than your team.
You already don't want John in your life, and John is just making it certain that that's happening.
Making it easier for you.
Great job. A great Samaritan, John Bishop.
That's fine. The people on the internet don't like me. I don't like you either.
I don't like you either.
Nice.
But I don't
reference.
sweat. I don't really sweat you. I got more important things.
He
to
says, I don't think about you.
You block anybody the last day, Happer?
No. I don't think I've ever blocked anybody.
I just block the ads. Those are the accounts that I block.
How do you block ads?
So if an ad shows up,
block them.
any person who is an advertiser, and it's usually like the weirdos that who pay $5 to do an advertisement. And so I block. You just hold their name and click block.
Cool.
That's what I do.
Nice.
Otherwise, I don't.
But then just different ads will show up in that same space.
Correct.
Yes, and sometimes they get weirder and weirder.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. But otherwise, I think
Congrats on all the weird ads.
I think I've actually blocked only 2 people, like in like a very.
How do I
serious-
find my list of people who I've blocked?
Somewhere in your settings, I think.
Okay.
I think it's somewhere in your settings.
We probably
many.
have done this before.
Yeah.
Probably.
Mm-hmm.
Privacy.
It's probably in
Mute and block.
There we go. You got
Muted accounts, blocked accounts.
Mm.
Oh, they're all porn bot counts. And Elon, because I was sick of his tweets constantly coming up in my FYP.
I do have
That's
a theory that I blocked Elon and then I got banned from Twitter. Could that have been the
I've had
reason
Elon,
why?
but I've blocked you.
I still think it's because of your illegal downloads.
Also, I muted Grok, it appears. So,
You did.
yeah,
It's a great idea.
poor
Ooh,
Grok.
that is a good idea. Can I do that?
Of course you can't, John. You've already done it. for
just
all the
pretend
rest
it's
of
a
the
Nebraska basketball fan.
Fan. They remember all the great Huskers like Steve.
Unfortunately,
Jim.
you have funneled all the haters in my direction.
In
Well,
Happer's direction?
You can block them too.
I can, but then whose direction would they go to if they were funneled off of me?
Maybe into a black hole or into the abyss where they came from.
It's possible.
I mean, would that be a terrible thing?
They'd all find Josh's burner.
Ugh.
Exactly.
What?
You know, instead of worrying about trolling people, you got to really investigate the real things. Like, let's find Josh's burner.
Should you? Is that the
Sure.
plan?
I want to find Josh.
I mean, it'd be a fun exercise.
But I don't tweet anything from it.
When
That's the
did you
best
follow
part.
me?
It'd be a worthless goose chase.
I think I created the account a couple weeks ago.
Oh, it's gonna be a long.
2-3 weeks ago. I think.
Yeah, we have to funnel all the Nebraska ball honks over to Josh's burner account.
But I don't tweet. I don't do anything.
Why don't you
well,
tweet?
that's
You have a burner
okay.
account.
Outside of one game a year, they don't follow Nebraska basketball either.
Wow.
I mean-
man, going after him hard in the paint.
Kind of facts, though.
Am I lying?
Kind of
If I'm
facts,
lying,
though.
I'm
I mean,
flying and my feet ain't
I
left
mean,
the
there are
ground.
people that are interested in them.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I know.
Mhm.
There are
But
some.
most of the ones online, they don't care.
There are dozens of us, dozens, as they say, but there's some more when that game happens.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Always.
And again, these are accounts I've never seen interact with me ever on anything.
What's your profile picture?
Nothing. I haven't made one.
It's an egg?
They don't do the egg anymore.
Yeah, remember, it's not an egg. It's like a.
It's just a
It's like
silhouette.
a blank out avatar
Yeah.
silhouette of
Yeah.
some kind.
Interesting. You're not that guy. I don't
402 says, just turned on the radio. John sounds testy. Did something super funny happen in the last 24 hours that gave him the grumpies?
Nothing funny has happened.
Don't
Oh,
talk
something-
about John
some-
Testy.
Something did happen that was funny. Did you watch that Chiefs game last night?
That was pretty funny.
Did you know
Shout
that?
out to us who called it before the season.
R.I.P. the Chiefs.
That Travis Kelce drop.
What a ridiculous
at the
drop.
end
How many?
was
Washed.
so funny.
Hasn't he had he's had at least, he had one other one
The
that
Eagles. He dropped a
wasn't
pass that
there a-
turned into a pick at the goal line.
wasn't there one in the Chargers game too, the first game?
There might have been. I missed that game. I was spotting for your number 1 seed, Indiana Hoosier. No, wait, that was the Northwestern weekend. Never mind.
Dude,
Because I thought he had a play too in that game.
He
he
that-
might be
stinks.
more he might be responsible for more interceptions than Mahomes is this year.
Did you know that the 2025?
I feel bad for Mahomes. I
Do
feel
you?
bad for him. He's fine.
He's playing well.
Everybody around him stinks.
They do. Everyone sucks.
The 2025
Man.
Kansas City Chiefs have the same record as the 2025 Miami Dolphins.
They do. Where did this come
6-7.
from all of a sudden?
6-7.
I did say
Where
the Dolphins
did
were going to
Nerd
be
Boy all of
frisky.
a sudden come from?
He's a good coach. He's a good offensive mind. Otson asked a great
Yeah.
question. Why were the listeners to the Happer Show cheeky and fun with their taunts? These USC listeners seem a little more mean.
Well, that's because that's the kind of listeners we have.
It's about
I
the-
used to
it's
call them
about John
jackals.
blocking people. It's about John
Mm.
blocking people.
so
Again,
if John would have a little more fun with Creighton, like being bad this year, then maybe they wouldn't be so mean. Is that what you're saying?
No, you don't have to
No,
have fun
are
with
you
John was like,
Do you
Creighton's
know
bad.
what
Creighton's mid.
do you know?
I'm
who
just
you're
asking.
talking about?
I'm asking the question.
Well, that's what
Sometimes
I'm
you just
saying. I'm
gotta take
answering
it.
your question. Do you know who you're talking about?
Sure.
I mean, there's a reason why the sign on the outside says "Through these gates pass the greatest trolls in college sports."
Is that what the sign says?
I thought that's what it was.
It should.
They're good. They're good trollers.
They're good.
I just prefer to keep them away from me
Mm.
as much as I can.
Them.
Fight says Connor steers into this skid. It's fun to razz John because he often cannot take what he dishes out.
How much do I really dish out about Nebraska ball?
Well, you call them Nebraska ball. I would say that that's a slight dish.
That's a dish.
You do it on purpose. You know what you're doing.
Doing what? I just
Call
said
it
it.
Nebraska ball.
It's funner to say.
More fun.
More fun to say. Thank you, Nick.
Actually thought it is funner.
No,
It
No,
could be
I
both.
don't think funner is a word.
funner is not a word.
Fine, more fun.
Okay.
It's a word if you're like 5.
Fine.
I mean, it's there. Comparative adjective, according to the Oxford Dictionary.
Oh, well, there you go.
Funner.
The Oxford Dictionary says funner is a word.
Thank you, Oxford.
Sindelar writes, everyone is mean when my sports team sucks. It makes me sad. I already know they suck. Sindelar was into that yesterday. He was on Blue Sky. He was hitting me up on Blue Sky because in the first half, it just seemed like Creighton was hanging around, and I was like, man, Nebraska better like get their crap together because this thing might get weird. And he was like, no, it won't. You're an idiot. It's good. Nebraska is going to roll. He called it.
Yeah,
he nailed it.
I never had the feeling. I mean, they weren't shooting it well either, but it was very apparent, very, very early that if Creighton couldn't hold Nebraska to less than 50 points, they weren't winning the game.
That's not a lot of points, John.
It's not a lot of points.
It is a tiny amount of points.
That was the only way they were going to win that game is if they were able to hold Nebraska to less than 50.
So like Sindelar, I went like full on, like I would call it Jack Mitchell almost in that.
Oh,
nothing,
relishing in the pain.
Well, it's just, nothing you could say would hurt me because it's not about losing the game. It's the fact that the whole house is burning down, like the team has problems. It's not that the stove is going to be broken beyond repair. It's that the house is burning. The house is burning.
That's a great comparison. The house is burned
all
down.
All my belongings. Oh no.
Yeah.
But no, it's actually just the house, you know? So I feel bad about
my
things
shoes.
because the season is in trouble.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
see, and now that's where I start getting sad because I got my pal John, and I don't want to see him sad like this.
I'll be fine.
We got months of this.
You got to remember,
cover.
I've been through this for 40 plus years as a
Cubs
fan.
but that doesn't affect me that much. We don't broadcast Cubs games. You don't travel to Cubs games. You're not the voice of the Cubs.
But I was going to be traveling, win or lose.
That's what I'm saying. But now, we've had a nice little run the last decade. It's been kind of easy, right? Creighton is usually good. You're usually in a good mood. Occasionally they lose. Not a big deal. I
was actually in a pretty, dare I say,
because the Rams whooped ass.
I kind of
had them in my pick'em.
I didn't expect them to win. Now I wasn't expecting. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. I wasn't necessarily expecting something that bad.
Yeah,
but
Stib says, save your sweater vests from the fire.
Don't worry, they're fire retardant.
Exactly.
Stibbs also adds, he says, it's sad enough. I didn't troll John or Connor or Sindelar or Tay. I get enough, and happy engagement to them, by the way.
Yes!
Happy engagement.
I get enough enjoyment out of the team sucking. I don't need to troll my friend.
That's really thoughtful.
Great friend.
Thank
Mike
you,
Stibbs.
Stibbs.
He is.
Thanks, Stubbs.
Yeah.
He is that, and he's relishing the fact that Patrick Mahomes now sucks.
Now, I will say this in defense of John. There was one time, the first time Nebraska beat Creighton in years.
Oh, yeah. Stibbs made the big ass open.
So there was two things that happened that weekend. So Creighton got smoked on a Saturday, and then on Sunday Night Football, the Rams got smoked by the Bears. And so Stibbs made like a 6-minute open.
Yeah.
John wasn't in the studio for but 30 seconds of it. He didn't show up.
I walked out.
Amazing.
I wasn't going to do it. I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction. And the funny thing is, the Bears aren't even his team.
But he
I know. Hey, I've never got the full
but that
story
doesn't count. It's like
his
the Dr.
dad.
Pepper. It's like the Dr. Pepper commercial. You got a second team?
Yeah. The Bears are his second team.
He's a Bears and Broncos
So
guy.
you know how some people root for an NFL team to spite their father?
Yes.
That happens?
Hudson.
Stibbs, okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Stibbs didn't root for the Bears, but he also still likes them in honor of his father, who is alive. It's not in honor of him. His dad's still with us.
Thank you, Father.
Thank God.
Yeah. So yeah.
We're not going to get that free Coke if he's no longer with
Yeah,
us.
that's exactly 100%.
So thank you, Bears, for not giving Mr. Stibbs the big one so that we still get our free Coke that we're still voluntarily paying for here.
I do love Coca-Cola.
I do too.
I had a Sprite last
night. It's my
night.
favorite.
You can't get any of that at Pinnacle Bank Arena. Garbage place.
Pepsi.
Wow, garbage place.
I mean, look.
Listen to you
I can't even get it.
disparaging the number 23 ranked team in the country's arena.
It's just Pepsi.
It is.
Every once in a while, it's okay, but every time you go there, you got to drink a Pepsi.
What about Mountain Dew?
I haven't had a Mountain Dew in a long time.
You should try one.
I'm like a one Mountain Dew every 3 years guy now.
That's fair.
I don't know why.
I drink the Diet Mountain Dew. That's the only Pepsi product I really
I'm a big Baja guy, and I've been on a cherry Pepsi kick lately again.
Cherry Pepsi.
I love cherry Pepsi.
That's gross.
It's great.
I love cherry.
It's for little children.
It's
Correct.
With their binkies.
It's candy pop.
It
Candy
really
pop?
is.
All pop is candy
Well,
pop.
yeah, I mean, it's all got sugar. Well, the leaded stuff.
There's
has
something
sugar
about
in
the
it.
flavor of cherry that makes it even more candy.
It's well, it's not as good as the Roy Rogers that you make with the grenadine. That's the best.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Which I did with a Sprite the other night watching the Ohio State game.
Oh, you mean the Indiana game?
Sorry, in the Indiana game. Don't mean to disparage the champs.
Wow.
But
Champs are here.
But had a little, you know how you get those little jar of maraschino cherries?
Oh, yeah.
I saw one of those. I was like, oh, I'll just pour a little bit of that syrup
Dump
in
the
there. with
juice in
Sprite,
there?
and then drop some cherries in there and watch Ohio State chunk a 27-yard.
Josh checked in with me on Saturday night just to make sure I wasn't still out on Indiana.
Did you hear this?
Are-
Tell him, Happer.
Really?
I very much.
Are you being the Kurt Signetti honk that you have to defend his honor?
No.
not
Tell
necessarily.
Happer. Tell
From the
John.
man.
Tell John what's up with you in Indiana.
I like him.
Wow.
I like him.
You've come around.
Because he
Enemies
tweeted
to
on
lovers.
Saturday.
Why?
He wrote beautiful.
Why?
Because that was after they hit the third down pass to clinch the game.
That was sick.
It was
man.
awesome.
That
I
was
was like,
so
these guys got
badass.
balls. I
So
like
that was the play?
No,
that
it wasn't
changed your
one
mind?
play.
Did your heart grow 3 sizes that day?
Kind of.
Nice.
I am
Good
appreciative of the way they play football.
Wow.
And
They rock.
yeah, they absolutely do. And I'm very ready for a Texas Tech Indiana semifinal. I submit to the internet.
That could
Lords.
be.
The worst part is
crazy-
that
crazy
won't-
low scoring.
It can't be the natty. Like I hate that on one side of the bracket is Oregon, Indiana, and Texas Tech.
Oh man,
Those
we're
are
gonna
the
have to
3
fix the
teams that I'm
bracket
rooting for.
again?
Yeah,
I
we have
want-
to fix the bracket now.
I want
man.
one of them on the bottom so I can root for. I don't have anybody I'm rooting for on the bottom side of the bracket.
Not
Nobody.
even Ole Miss.
Yeah, I guess I would be fine with Ole Miss.
I have memorized the bracket.
And then
But you got Ole Miss, Georgia. You got James
I
Madison.
will root
Oregon.
for Miami because Miami could knock off Ohio State, right, in round 2.
You wouldn't root for Texas A&M?
No, they're going to lose in round 1 to Miami. I think Miami's going to beat Texas A&M.
Yeah, but to complete the
And then
whole
they'll play Ohio
cycle
State,
of
right?
absurdity, Miami has to get just throttled to make the committee look even worse.
What has to happen?
Miami has to get throttled so that the committee looks even dumber than
No,
they are.
actually, I don't think it's about Miami. I think it's more about Bama. I think that's if you're a Notre Dame fan, you got to root against Bama. Even though I know Miami they were the
No,
one
but
next
it
to
would
them.
still, but
You ready to watch
Predictions
it?
point, by the way. Shout out to me.
Good job.
The high and mighty SEC. They turn up their nose at the Big Ten championship game. That's 13-10. You ready to watch Alabama, Oklahoma? It's gonna be the worst game of all time.
That game's gonna suck.
It'll be the worst game you ever see.
It was
It'll be 8-4.
I don't know. The first one was only like 3 weeks ago. That was a very entertaining game
It
to
was
watch.
very low scoring, and
No, it was like, wasn't it like 28-21 or 20?
I thought there was some special teams.
I thought it was in the
Well, yeah, there
teams.
was. There was a blocked PAT, blocked field goal.
23-21.
Yeah, it was a good game.
I mean, it was competitively a good
Now,
game,
wait a
which
minute.
it will be a close game.
But Indiana Ohio State was only 13-10.
You're the SEC honk that I was just talking about.
No, but I'm saying if you're against low scoring games and you just professed your undying love for Indiana, they only scored 13 points.
I was making fun of the SEC honks who think they're very, very cool by saying that the Big Ten is so low scoring and boring and dumb.
I see.
And watch Alabama, Oklahoma, which will be boring and low scoring and dumb. Because neither team is capable of just about anything on offense right now, apparently.
Well,
Did you watch Alabama?
I did. They're bad. They're not bad. They are not.
Have you seen Oklahoma recently?
Their offense is horrible. Now their defense is awesome.
Their defense is sick.
Their defense is lights out.
Defense is great.
Yes. Their
I love
offense
their defense.
stinks.
Who will give Indiana a better game?
Probably Alabama.
I'm going to say Oklahoma. That
Because
defense,
of the defense?
That defense is mean.
But man, I know they only scored.
But who's
13.
better defense, Ohio State or Oklahoma?
Who's a better defense, Ohio State or Oklahoma?
Yeah.
Probably Ohio State, but Brent Venables is going to have something for Indiana.
Unless they lose.
And I think if John Mateer can get anything close to where he used to be, that's the thing about Oklahoma is
maybe his thumb will get better.
They've not been good on offense, but then they'll break a big play. and it completely turned the game on its head.
because they have good players. I mean, they recruit incredibly.
And they were a good team prior to the injury. I mean, a better offense prior to the injury. I'm going to say it's Oklahoma. I'm not going to be totally out on Alabama. I thought Georgia defensively has gotten better as the season has gone on.
Georgia has gotten better as the season has gone on.
Exactly.
I think they are unequivocally the number 2 team in the country, and I was very surprised that they didn't get the 2 seed.
And so
I was a bit surprised at the Ohio State thing, too.
I'm not as down on Alabama as much as I was more impressed with Georgia.
Yeah.
And Alabama, let's face it, Alabama has not had a good running game all year, and they were down 2 running backs. Yeah. So they were really
and that's their problem. They don't have a good running game, and
thumb.
they can't stop the run. Those are 2 old adages, Happer, about.
Do you have to run the ball and stop the run?
That's usually what they say. And Alabama can't do either of those things. Can't do either of those things. Indeed. Playoff. Wow, this has been a very sportsy.
Yeah, what are we supposed to do?
Crossover so far.
There was many sports happened this weekend.
A lot
There
of
was
things
so
happened
much
this
sports.
Mm-hmm.
Nebraska's got a bowl game coming up.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what?
What?
I have a question.
Thank you,
for
Nick.
the Nebraska fans.
Oh.
4 years
I
ago.
thought you were intentionally trying to change the topic
No.
to get us from talking about the bowl game.
4 to 5 years ago,
Damn it.
you would have given anything to be in 2 bowl games in a row.
I would not have
Any bowl game. You're like,
given
I just want-
anything
please,
to be in 2 bowl games. No, I would not.
Please, sir, just one smidgen of bowl game, please. That's what feels like the fan base was. And now you get 2, but it's not good enough.
Remember, Nick, it's not about the game, it's about the practices.
Mm.
That's what people want. They want their teams
Which is
to practice.
still, I mean, I understand the
They're
benefit,
important,
but it's like,
John.
but
They're important.
The things people complain about is fun because it's never
No
enough.
one's complaining about the bowl game. They just know that Nebraska is going to get rocked in it because nobody's going to play.
Yeah, that's most of the consternation.
Yeah. Is that
But
Utah, it might be Kyle Whittingham's last game because this weekend he had to announce to his university if he was retiring or not. We don't know. They did not have to announce it publicly, but I think the drop dead date was Friday, so he had to let them know about that.
They're going to bring all their stupid fans.
Nebraska doesn't have a running back anymore, and I'm still a little concerned about old Latif.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have a defensive coordinator. They don't have an offensive line coach.
They're fine.
yeah,
Mr.
but they'll be
Jeep-
there.
Mr.
but
I mean,
they'll
they
be
found
there.
one, but he can't coach. Or
Actually, I think Mr. Jeep is.
Yeah.
Mr. Jeep
yeah.
is.
I don't
Yeah.
think how's it pronounced again? Happer?
Orich?
Orich. I don't think Orich is coaching the defense.
It's Orich?
I don't know.
That's
Right.
what yeah, Mitch found on the Minnesota whatever. What college team did he play for way back in the day?
Minnesota
Duluth.
He found the pronunciation guide from when he played in college football, and it was Orich, according to Mitch.
What were you going with, John? Oric?
I thought it was
Eric?
I keep forgetting how it's spelled, damn it.
Aurich.
Yeah.
I was going with Oric.
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 Well, I guess we'll find out tomorrow.
That's true.
The San
Matt
Diego State
Ruletops.
game day.
Pull up the old media guide.
Let's see if this says anything.
Anyway, I would not have sold my soul for a bowl game 5 years ago.
2 in a row.
I would not have done that either.
That's 2 in a row.
But to kind of your point, Nick, it is not enough. I would like them to go to a better bowl game. So I am snubbing my nose at this crap bowl
Wow.
with this half put together team right
At least you don't have to do big red overreaction, Happer.
Well, why? I mean, I could.
No, but you don't have to. They've already made the announcement on who it's going to be.
Who's they?
Your producer.
What did he say about it?
It will be Nick. Can we get a drum roll?
That's good enough.
John Bishop and
John Bishop, he hates the Huskers.
Gary Sharp.
Oh, Gary gets to do one.
Because he only did 2 this year. Congrats to Gary.
Yeah.
I guess he wouldn't be, needed just in case.
Now, what part of the world will Gary be in on New Year's Eve?
Oh,
I think the world of maybe he'll go to John's basement.
No.
I don't think so.
a John and Gary slumber party, big red overreaction.
Yay.
Oh, they could wear like Happy New Year. Oh, you guys should do that.
You
I
guys
could get
could
you
be
guys
grilling.
jammy pants.
You could grill.
So on New Year's Day,
Probably
Omaha,
gonna be like 3 below.
Omaha plays South Dakota State.
There's a George
In
Foreman.
Omaha?
No, in South Dakota.
All right, so he'll be in Vermilion
Wow, from
or
from
Brookings,
the hotel.
I'm sorry.
Wow, this is gonna be amazing.
Unless he just drives up there that night, I suppose, which he could. But that'd be a long drive.
How far of a drive is that?
It's like 3 hours, isn't it?
I don't know. I'm asking. John's still looking up Orich.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that. I don't put
How
their
did Mitch
media
find
notes
that so fast? He must have already had it locked and loaded.
I don't know.
Yeah. Hodson says Gary did Big Red overreaction from a hotel with me once. I remember
the
most painful.
And I'm not sure that he really did it.
No,
it was more Josh.
I was a little drunk and I almost went in to do the show.
Me too. I was on my way back from a Creighton game and I thought, I think I have to go in.
When Creighton was good.
But then I realized that I hadn't seen any of the football game.
But it still might have been better than whatever was happening with Gary's microphone.
And that was back when Creighton was good.
God, the good old days.
Times are a-changing.
Mm-hmm. They are.
Who knows? Changed. Maybe they'll change back.
Stib says double mix minus. No, it will not be double mix minus because
he'll be on a StreamYard with his iPod things.
Excellent. And then John maybe will be on StreamYard or maybe he'll be dialed into ISDN. You never know.
No, I won't.
John has his fancy mic.
I won't have ISDN. I don't think I have ISDN at my house.
What do you have? What is it?
Just have the
tie line. My bad. Everything's ISDN.
He has that big portable antenna that you used to have to do on old remotes.
That's fun.
Josh, don't we have our basketball game coming? Are we doing a basketball game together soon?
Yes, we are. What do you got for us, John? I'll look up
I have the pronunciation according.
Nick, give us the thing again.
To San Diego State.
Was John right?
Orich.
Oh, I was right.
Orich, or as in the boat oar, OAR, Orich.
OAR.
Rob Orich.
That's
what a band.
This
Nice.
town.
All right, Happer.
College World Series.
So you're calling a game
Nailed it.
with Shriner on the 20th of this month.
That was the game I was referencing.
You and I, though, are calling a game together on the 20th of January.
Inauguration day.
It is Inauguration Day. Wow, that's so exciting.
Awesome.
Again already?
Yeah, they've changed the rules in America,
So
John.
that December 20th is there's
that
a
a
women's
Saturday?
game and then there's a men's game. Like
Oh, wow,
they
yeah.
play Marquette, I think, that night.
Yeah, because your game's at 1.
Pain.
Whoa, you'll just be
That is
downtown.
that is literally during all of the college football playoff games.
Oh, that's true.
I will be
Except for the Friday game.
except for the Friday game,
Get to watch the Friday
which
game.
I get to watch Alabama and Oklahoma in full.
There you go.
And no other games.
Because that's the Friday game. Wow. But then you get to do basketball stuff.
I do love doing basketball.
You love hoops.
How about ESPN just dumping off the 2 G5 teams over on TNT?
TNT?
Classic.
Here you go, guys. These are 2 are yours. I mean, as soon as we saw the pairings, I said, those will be the games that'll be on TNT.
Excuse me, TNT. How many games did you subcontract? 2? Got them. I got them for you.
Enjoy the game.
Start your prep on Big Jim Madsen.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, it'll still be ESPN announcers and stuff, but
Yes, they've actually already announced that.
Those people aren't going to know what they're talking about with Oregon. They haven't seen Oregon. None of the
true.
ESPN people haven't seen Oregon play.
No, it's been a long time.
And then the other one is, Tulane and Ole Miss. So
Yeah.
they'll have
Which they did at Tulane Ole Miss game earlier this year.
Still on this team?
That game sucked. Ole Miss rocked them earlier this year.
Yeah.
Hopefully this one's a little bit better. What's the night game? Is it the Oregon game or is it the Ole Miss game?
Yep.
The Oregon game is the night game.
Oregon.
game. Cool.
At least they did that right.
Because of
They
the West Coast
they're on the
situation.
West Coast.
Mm-hmm.
So there might be a little bit of sunlight. We'll get to see the
Oh.
sunset over the
Not San Gabriel.
not San Gabriel's.
Mm.
the weird mount.
The-
The
Mountains, Gandalf.
Mountains.
So weird.
John, your thoughts?
I have no thoughts.
Hmm.
So
One
I
of these
probably
days we're
would
gonna
have
pick
rather
Fellowship
watched that
for movie
terrible
club.
movie instead of what I had to endure yesterday.
You can't call it terrible if you've never watched it, John.
Oh, great poll
Uh,
question for John. Would
think-
you watch Fellowship of the Rings or that Creighton, Nebraska game again?
I don't need to see it again.
John, the movie is awesome.
The one
great
time,
movie.
one time was enough.
So I think your pick is Fellowship. Awesome.
John, you're going to see the Balrog and you're going to realize you're wrong about everything.
The Balrog.
Yes, John.
What the heck? Good
It's a
God, you
demon creature
nerds,
deep
you
within the
ner-
mines of Moria.
Oh my God! It sounds awful.
Nick's least favorite listener, Jimmy, with an excellent point, which is what I've been saying to John for years. How can Lord of the Rings be weird and yet Star Wars isn't? It's all the same nerd bleep, man.
It's true.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Say some weird Star Wars names, Nick.
Watto.
There you go. You don't think that's weird?
Annie.
You don't think that's weird?
Hey, what's going
His
on?
mom's name is Shmi.
Wow. Name shaming women.
Wow.
Classic
Here
Nick.
comes Patriot Supply Nick to the rescue.
But Star Wars
your
version.
name's Shmee.
What's the Star Wars version of Patriot Supply?
Probably somebody who works for the Empire.
Coruscant Supply.
Name some more people from. Isn't it Mordor?
Mordor.
Mordor is a specific area.
All right, name some people from Mordor.
Oh,
Darn,
gosh.
I'm wrong.
I don't.
Narnia.
There's
Is that this
Sauron.
one?
No, there's
Oh,
Sauron.
Sauron's like the
Sauron?
main.
Like he's a Sour Patch
Sour
Kid.
He's a
Rotten?
bit of a sour puss.
Sour Broughton?
I'd call Sauron kind of
Sauron.
sour.
I just ate the blue one. We call him Sour Ron.
Maybe that was just a title and it kind of mushed together like Hodor.
Yeah.
It just like
Hold the door.
his name was Sauron.
Sauron.
And
And they're
there's-
like, Sauron. I like it, Nick.
Do you
That's
think
a
they
good
just
idea.
workshopped these? They just went to a kindergarten there somewhere close to Hollywood and said, all right, kids,
Make a bunch of noises.
just make a bunch of weird noises. And these people in the back will just be writing down
John,
things. Don't
a
worry
World
about it.
War I veteran came up with these names.
Yeah.
Why are you talking bad mess about
world-
the troop?
A World War I
Yeah,
veteran?
Yes.
J.R.R. Tolkien, you idiot. He wrote the book in the 30s.
He was in the trenches, John.
I don't care.
Yeah, obviously, but don't disrespect the veterans of the world.
Was he drunk?
You know who else was a veteran?
You
No,
try being
we
a
can make fun of that
veteran
veteran.
and not drunk.
Yeah, John. Are you
Designated Hitler.
disrespecting?
I will disrespect that veteran many times
It's
over.
okay to disrespect
is a
that
veteran.
veteran.
It's a veteran.
Yeah.
He served.
He was a veteran in the same war.
Wow.
He served.
That's true.
By the way, I got a text during the crossover about my Twitterless existence. I missed your take, so I almost texted you yesterday afternoon just asking for a random take on something.
Yes.
Should I start just texting some random takes? I got lots of stuff
Well, you
from the
should
NFL
start
this
your
weekend.
you should start your burner text service.
Somebody
like
asked
I'm
me,
doing.
just do it, make it your new account. But then what if I get banned again? I guess I could. I got takes.
What difference does it make if you get banned again?
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Now that you've gone through it, you feel kind of like you've,
So it has a name? Is it funny?
No.
Is it just
No, it's just
sound-
like a random thing that I was trying to come up with a name, but without it having any meaning to it. And so I just created it.
I gotta find this.
I think I picked up 2 followers during the crossover, so people are figuring out what it is.
Incredible.
Dude.
My brother texted me, he said, "Is this it?" Yep. Platcat followed me.
Oh,
Wow, Platcat found
has
it.
Theo found you yet?
No, surprisingly. It's just a bunch of listeners that have followed me.
Somebody
And some
please
porn
tell me
bots.
what Josh's
man,
burner is.
how pathetically easy must this be to figure out?
Well, Nick probably doesn't have very many followers.
That's
no offense,
how they
Nick.
did.
So they just probably scroll through his recent list of follows.
I
Oh,
like-
good idea.
800. I have like 800 followers.
As I said.
Okay.
831.
Shout out.
How many
Nick.
do you have on Blue Sky now, Mr. Blue Sky?
300, I think.
Oh, interesting.
I've been giving some takes
Isn't
over
that
there.
don't all the people on Blue Sky follow each other?
Yeah, we have to.
I've been
Yeah.
giving some takes over on Blue Sky.
Still can't find it.
Hmm.
Wow.
It orders these things all weird.
Yeah, it's not like it used to be.
Yeah,
Yeah, but again, you don't have to worry about it. He doesn't tweet from there. It's just a place where he can
maybe you should start.
aggregate his news.
Oh, are you I-80 Bass?
No, that's Piss Sock Sam.
I know
Oh,
that
that's
was
Pit Sock
that was
Sam?
really funny.
Yeah.
I-80 Bass just started tweeting himself as a bass.
I-80 Bass is really good.
It's so strange.
I love we got
Shout out
Bass.
to you, Sam.
Thank you, Sam.
Hope you're doing well. He got married a couple months ago.
Oh, congrats on the marriage.
Everyone's getting married these days.
2025 has been a good year for engagements.
Yeah, but the cool kids are getting married in 2025.
My wife mentioned to me today
So they
that our 5-year anniversary is next year.
Whoa.
And she was looking ahead, like what are we going to do?
Yeah.
And I think it's Berkshire Hathaway weekend, so we can't go anywhere or do anything.
Oh.
So our anniversary is canceled.
Has anyone ever crashed that meeting? Can you just do that? Is
No,
it
you have
possible?
to have a pass to get in there.
Hmm.
Yeah. I know somebody who was a shareholder, and so I got to go to the night before where you get free beer.
Oh yeah, same.
At,
That's a great time.
where's that at? Is that over in Regency?
Over at Regency,
Yeah,
in
Have
the
you ever been there,
Borsheims
John?
parking lot?
No,
Yeah.
I've never known.
It's like, hey, you want a free beer? Now there's a lot of people there.
Yeah.
But you get free beer. Thank you, Warren.
And you just walk through Borsheims and look at all the Borsheims. It's nice.
Stibbs just asked if I got a new follower. Let's find out if Stibbs found it. Wow, everybody is finding it.
Wow. Yeah,
Joey
this is-
just found it.
this is getting
But
easy
Happer hasn't.
now.
All right, I'm gonna have to make this my actual account and start tweeting again.
To
Why
Josh,
not?
to Tweederson.
Okay. All right. I'll bring it back.
Nice.
Maybe I'll
Welcome
just
back.
lean into being a Cowboys
It
person
orders
over
them
there.
in the wrong order. I can't check who Stibbs has recently followed because it doesn't order them in.
Nice job.
Well, maybe
Stibbs.
it hasn't registered yet.
Ha! By the way, Ray sends in a photo. Now, I think this is one of the people you blocked, John. But Ray sends in a photo of Gary from Big Red Overreaction a couple years ago when everything was going to hell. Pretty funny. That's pretty funny. I'll give that the old retweet, Ray. Good stuff. Wow. What a time to be alive.
Wow.
Well, there you go.
Well,
I found you.
there we go, Happer.
I found you. I'm not going to follow it, though. They're not tweeting anything.
Wow, everybody else is Happer.
Just kidding.
Oh, wow. All right. Now that Happer's in, all right.
Yeah.
It's time to remove the veil.
You gotta.
All right. Sounds good to me.
2 Josh, 2 Tweeterson.
Wonder if I can make
Change
my
it.
account Tweeterson again. I guess I'll find out during the commercial.
Well, you don't want to do that, do you?
I think that would get banned pretty quick.
Make it harder for Elon to ban you this time. Because I guarantee
Fly, Eagles,
I
fly.
guarantee you,
You should
when
say,
It's not me.
You should call it I love Elon Musk.
because when they walk into the bathroom there
Elon enjoyer.
at Elon
Yeah.
X Central, they probably got all the wanted pictures of the people that have banned, and
They
probably
have
the
me.
one over that one urinal at the end is probably Josh Tweeterson, and then whatever photo you used. And
Steve says
There it
tweet
is.
Josherson. That's pretty good.
you could do that.
All right, maybe I'll do that. I think Kugler would like that because now I'm having to text with all these people that I have only DM'd for years, and it's weird. Like I have to text you. It's very
Yeah,
strange.
That's true.
All right, I'll go back.
We do miss your takes over there, Josh.
That's
though.
amazing. I like that people miss my opinions on things. I can bring them back.
Why don't they just listen to you here on the radio?
That's true.
On
True.
1620
the zone.
Or on Newsmax.
I haven't written anything this week.
Wow.
No. All right.
You didn't write anything for Nebraska Newsmax?
No, I was out of town. We had friends missing, so I wasn't. I was
Wow.
inebriated.
You know, Chattel still does his weekly thing, even though he's out of town.
Yeah, but he's not in town.
No. I'm saying
Did
when
he
he
move?
is. No, he's still here.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying
Smile, Tom.
we still get weekly takes,
Oh, yeah.
but columnist Josh,
Yeah.
Scribes Peterson,
Yeah.
the one who pissed off Matt Rule.
I wanted to take a little time off.
That's why Matt Rule was looking cross at me yesterday. He was looking with the mean eye going, you know that guy whose number I magically got out of the blue.
He could probably smell you, Josh, on John.
On John.
Yeah.
Wow, John, you should have showered.
Should have.
Yeah.
I should have.
Okay.
Well, there you go. There's your crossover.
Enjoy, everyone.
Bye, Happer.
Enjoy. Powered by Everlevel Concrete, Prayer in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Boys Town Ear, Nose, and Throat Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7. It's football season, so grab your friends and make Sky Bar and Grill your football HQ. Feel like you're in the games while watching our massive TV walls and large screen TVs. Enjoy all your favorite beverages and food options with your group and place your bets with a PFC Sportsbook to cash in. All with the friendliest service around. Get in the game at Sky Bar and Grill, located inside Prairie Flower Casino. Play longer, win more at Prairie Flower Casino, just minutes north of downtown Omaha. Must be 21. Please bet responsibly.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
At Host Coffee, every cup of coffee served comes with a promise. A promise of quality, innovation, and a dash of fun. Ensuring your workday is as delightful as your coffee break. Call Host Coffee today.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Christmas music on Santa Baby 1180 is brought to you by Bronco's Hamburgers, where quality rides since '59, and by Langfeld Overhead Doors. Merry Christmas from Santa Baby 1180.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
4 hours of breakdown on the only game yesterday that mattered. Rams 45, Cardinals 17. Look forward to talking about it today all afternoon.
I said
long.
it to you earlier. I got it in my pickup.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
I mean, they ran for 200 yards and 2 running backs. See, they have 2 running backs, and they both had over 85 yards rushing. I'm not sure people around here are familiar with the fact that you can have more than one running back, like play a lot and do good.
It is allowed.
It is allowed. It's a thing.
It's legal.
Also Star Wars.
Yeah, that was the only thing that made my day yesterday. Because I purposely was not checking the Rams score.
Because you didn't want your day to be bonus
Yeah, I
ruined?
didn't exactly.
You were like, what if this is even worse?
Yeah. What if the
this
damn
is even
Cardinals
worse?
are winning?
Don't worry.
Didn't have to. Well, I got spoiled a little bit because Prudon was there producing for the Compass folks. And,
Oh, yeah.
And he texted me something about congrats on the Rams, and I thought,
Oh, that's exciting.
Okay.
So you were like, at
So
least
they
they're
must be
doing well?
They said, thank God.
Mm.
Thank God.
Mm.
They're doing well.
Does that bug you? Do you want somebody to send you a congrats text that soon after the game?
No.
No, it was during the game was still going on. But he knew that I knew that he was
They
there.
knew.
They all knew.
He knew. And he
And
let
that's
it happen.
fine. It's all right. It's all good. It's all well. It's all good.
At least that is good for you,
At least
John.
that is good.
At least that is good.
At least that is good.
At least that's good.
Because, as it says,
it's so dark and scary.
in the Grum Down.
Why isn't it papaya, John? Why is it
Oh,
black?
it's
not
weird how it works
It's
because
like his soul today. Nick.
sometimes, my soul's always black.
True.
Um,
Extra black.
Sometimes, though,
How much
when
more
I
black
try
could it
all the
be?
experimental stuff, the PowerPoints don't. The PowerPoint interface with the what do they call this program? The StreamYard interface.
Yeah.
It doesn't always jive.
The
Like when we-
PowerPoint interface messes up.
Yeah.
PowerPoint.
That works for me. I'm not getting your damn Canva.
But you just said it doesn't work.
Canva works.
I don't care.
Hmm.
But sometimes the colors won't be what I originally had in the script.
Yeah.
Like I tried the gradients with the different,
Sure. Yeah, I've
Yeah.
seen
And
it before.
sometimes
I
those
like the
work.
gradients.
Sometimes those don't.
Mm-hmm.
It gets confused.
Yeah.
Kind of like Creighton got confused yesterday
Oh,
against
they
Nebraska.
did. Oh, they did.
See how I transitioned there?
Nice work, John.
Very nice.
Who is Rob Orrick? Yes, that's how you say his name. We looked it up.
Mm-hmm.
Or, as in boat or,
Mm-hmm.
Rick. Orrick. Or, that was the name of the character in Goldfinger.
Was it?
Spelled differently. Orrick Goldfinger.
Never saw it.
You never saw
I haven't seen
Goldfinger.
like any of the old ones.
What?
Yeah, the first one I've ever
None of the
Pierce
OG?
Brosnan and on for me. I know. I've never seen
You've
any
never
of,
seen a Roger Moore?
never seen a
Sean
Roger Moore,
Connery?
never seen a Sean
Oh
Connery.
my
That
God.
one James Bond who nobody liked and he just kind of stumbled his way into the role.
That one James Bond that nobody liked
Yeah,
and he
you
kind of
can
stumbled into the role.
Skip
What was
that
his
one.
name again?
I almost said Gordon Shumway, which is a real
That's-
deep cut.
Mm.
name?
George Lazenby.
Yes.
George Lazenby.
He just kind of stumbled into it and they're like, you're going to be James Bond for some reason.
And he probably did a great job.
No.
Which, he didn't. The story actually, though, was pretty good for a Bond film.
By the way, there's
But-
a couple comments back to back. Josh says, watch movies that come out before you were born, Josh. It's fun. I love old movies, just haven't seen those.
I can't
But then Jimmy
believe-
responds, not missing much, Josh.
Oh, okay. That's
Mm.
That's whack.
I'm good with old movies. I watch old movies all the time.
I mean,
From Russia with Love is so good.
You've
Sorry.
got to take them in the spirit in which it was made. You can't over obsess with the not great special effects.
Timothy Dalton, is that what you're talking about?
No.
Plus nice cars.
I'm good with all those things. I
Aston
just never got
Martin?
around to it. I think they're all on Amazon now. We could do it. Maybe that's our project for 2026 movie club.
Ooh, I like that.
Well, I don't
We're
think-
doing an old movie or movie club this week.
I don't think we should do all Bond movies. That would get a little tiresome.
Why?
I think we could sprinkle some in.
Well,
you watch 30 basketball games a year. It doesn't get tiresome. It's just a movie, but they're different movies.
Yeah, but listen, I'm the one that's trying to keep the peace here on here without your stupid little spooky month and everything's got to be the same theme.
It could be James Bond 26. I just don't. Where you and I disagree is I don't find that like boring or monotonous.
I do.
I find it interesting.
I've
never seen
I like
them
the
all.
variety.
Sure. Well, maybe I'll just pick James Bond movies.
That would be weird, but okay.
You just said you should watch them, and then I'm like, I'll watch them.
Well,
and you're
you
like,
should,
nah,
but you
never
don't.
mind.
No, but you don't have to. You can do things outside of this show.
Yeah.
You can do things
Oh, now
outside
I'm getting
of your little
I'm getting
podcast.
nicked.
You can do things outside of your little podcast world.
This is what happens
you can
with
have
Nick
a
every
life away from this.
Doesn't feel good when it's said to you, does it, Josh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, John says he
I
likes
watch
James
Movies.
Bond. I say, let's watch some James Bond. He's like, no, I
watch
don't want to
movies
watch
and
James Bond.
TV shows outside of this.
I
By
do
the way,
too.
highly recommend the John Candy documentary.
I've heard that's good.
on Prime.
I've heard it's really good.
It's really good.
Mm-hmm.
I miss John Candy.
R.I.P.
You know who could have? He could have played Jeep Wade.
Or is it Geep? Is it GIF or GIF?
No, but I did find out his real name, and it's real and it's spectacular.
Oh, it's a great name.
The CFP committee takes the wrong route to the right answer. Notre Dame athletic director to the ACC. Permanent damage. Oh, boy, the takes.
Mm-hmm.
Mitch Sherman of the Athletic will be here. It's a Michael Severe Monday. Do we care about Utah?
I don't.
I've got an idea I would like to workshop today
As it pertains to
the playoff.
Oh boy.
Oh, good.
Playoff heavy Grum today.
Are we going to do...
Is it really that heavy?
This is going to be one of those playoff expansion, all the playoff talk grums.
I don't know.
No, it's kind of an expansion. It's actually both an expansion and a contraction.
Wow.
Again, I'm workshopping it.
that work?
I want to run it by you and see what you think.
Kind
It might answer some of the problems of yesterday.
Like CFP quantum physics.
Patrick Mahomes is no goat. He's more like a mule. Now, I need somebody, Stibbs, or people that don't like the Chiefs. I need an acronym to go with mule that fits what Patrick Mahomes has become. You know, because GOAT
mid
is greatest of all time. Yeah, but we need mule. We need something for mule. M-U-L-E.
Might underperform.
Whoa.
Legacy explodes.
There we go.
Jeez, that was fast.
That's what she said.
Good job. Good teamwork.
Might underperform.
Legend explode.
And then it's like a comma. Legend explodes.
Yeah.
Or could we say legacy?
Legacy explodes. Even better.
Look, all three of us contributed. Look at us.
Damn, that happened quick.
Mm-hmm.
And 1890, 2022 to 2025.
That was... Nope, never mind.
And you forgot one of our guests who is joining us in 30 minutes. Matt Schick. We texted yesterday.
I forgot about that.
Matt Schick. Again,
about that too.
playoff heavy Grum. He
Sorry,
said,
Matt.
Could we do 250? I said, no, sorry. We have to react to the Nebraska Creighton game. Now, that was before
Nope, we don't. We can't. We just bring him on now.
Nope, that was before the game happened. Haywood says so. Bishop just wants to not talk about the Husker game last night. Too scared to embrace Creighton. It was on the Grum down. It was the first item on the Grum down. Nebraska suffocates Creighton.
Did I not? I mean,
we're going to talk about it.
It's been acknowledged.
And it will be acknowledged some more.
What's the matter? You don't get acknowledgement enough?
Oh, please, you don't talk enough about my team.
That's like announcing that you're
Even
going
though we
into the
talk about
NFL
your team
draft
every day.
It's like announcing you're going into the NFL draft when you didn't have any more college eligibility.
It is. Fear not. Well, Josh says we don't have Schick until that.
Well, actually, he just texted me. Let's see.
Oh, no.
He says he's arriving at the airport at 3:20. I could either go a little earlier or you'll have to have me on a walk and talk for 10 minutes as I walk to the airport. I mean, we could have him next.
Well, should we just do that then?
That works for me.
Do it.
And I guess that just means we won't be able to talk about the game yesterday. I'm sorry. Shots. Darn it. I mean, how much more can there be said?
Well, I mean, I haven't given any of my opinions because, again, I hadn't had Twitter until everybody found my account 5 minutes ago. I can give you my takes after we talk to Schick. I took notes during the game. I was like, I'm going to take some notes during this basketball game. And there was one particular moment that I marked in bold letters on my sheet. And I said, I'm not going to forget this. And I think it was the turning point. It was
the turning point.
It was
the turning point was called tip off.
No, it was not. No, it was not. I'll give you
darn close.
Some of us know ball, John, and I'll give you the true turning point in yesterday's game. The true turning point in yesterday's game.
I can't
All right.
wait.
Schick says he's good to go, so let's go to break.
All right, we'll do that next. Matt Schick will join us, and I'm sure there'll be much consternation about the playoff. 16-20 the zone. So the playoff field has been set. There are many happy people. There are many other unhappier people.
And we're not talking about Creighton fans today, folks.
Well, they're unhappy.
Well, the Creighton Notre Dame crossovers are having a rough day.
Yeah, they are. That is true. That was not a good day.
No.
And imagine if you're Creighton, Notre Dame, and Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh.
Yep.
Bad.
Yeah.
Also, you know who else I feel bad for?
Who?
Our next guest.
Why?
Because
the Bills are good.
For many years.
Hey.
But for many years, they have made a cottage industry. He and his sidekick, Mr. Baugh, have made a cottage industry of making fun of and having fun with all of my wacky calls.
Yes.
And they never went virus. Then one random dude from
so weird.
UConn makes it go virus, and now I can't get away from it.
Horse crap call.
Thank you.
Hi, Shaq.
These are the guys. These are the OGs of breaking down my stuff. Hello, Matt.
What are you talking about?
Matt, of all the upsets over the last
He was outside the circle and he was set.
of all the upsets in recent vintage in the sports world, you guys giving John's call like a minute and a half was not on the board for me. I thought that the whole episode was just going to be about John, but then Nebraska football had to go and lose 40-16 to Iowa, and so it was an actual serious episode. What in the world, man?
Understood. So here's the thing. I'm in Bristol right now, Bristol, Connecticut. Great to be on with you. I am on the way to the airport to fly out of here. And so I appreciate you adjusting so that I'm not doing a walk and talk on the way to the high-profile Bradley Airport. But Nick and I recorded this morning while I was at the hotel. And there is a little more Bishop flavor in this week's episode of the Chick and Nick Show. There's a little bit more in there based on, what happened this past weekend with Nebraska and Creighton. And, we kind of spun it into, it's amazing that Nick played for Creighton, but doesn't care as much. But Bishop, who never laced up the shoes for Creighton, lives and dies by it. And, and we have some of your horse crap calls. It's great.
Thank God.
So,
man, I thought yesterday was more like a funeral. It was just like, there's another one. And there's another one. Oh, look, another missed three.
At the end of last week's podcast of the Chick and Nick Pod, thanks for allowing me to plug it here.
Of course.
As if you didn't have a show. At the end of the episode, we looped outside the circle and he was set. We looped it and it was about a minute long there at the end of the podcast. And it was one of the greatest loops that you'll ever hear. And we re-aired it again on this episode. That'll probably hit the airwaves tomorrow. But it was like you were just going on for a minute about the circle. And we put on the poll on our Chick and Nick Show. Oh, we said, was he outside the circle?
Oh, see, that's the thing. When you're in the throes of a tantrum, you're like, oh, you're thinking in the back of your head, oh, Matt and Nick will have fun with this.
When that stuff was going on, I wasn't listening. I'm not watching. Full disclosure, I didn't know Creighton was playing Baylor that day, and I would imagine a lot of warm-blooded Americans didn't know that was happening. Okay,
yeah, probably not.
But I get some texts. First text I get is from Nick, who says, "Oh, Bishop losing it in the last couple of minutes of this game." And then you just get tweets. Like, I don't have to listen. I know I don't have to listen to any Creighton game. They'll get sent to me and they'll get tweeted at me. Saying, this needs to be, here's a drop for the drop-off tournament. Here's this, here's that. And it just lives on. But I was upset. Like, we have kind of, certainly not made you a star. You are the star in and of your own right. But we feel like we air you enough that stuff we do would go viral.
Yes.
But I suppose that's not the case. Barstool and ESPN and Sports Center, I guess they're somewhat bigger, so that's fine.
Man, don't you have any pull there in Bristol? I mean, come on.
It is funny when people will text me or tweet at me and go, hey, here's this great play from this high school game. Can you get this on Sports Center? Like, I don't know if you know where I am on the totem pole here. But, sure, let me text. Let me text SVP here real quick, see if he can make it his one big thing.
All right. For the real reason we brought you on, and first we do need a disclaimer. You're not represented by Jimmy Sexton, correct?
Not yet. No, that's
okay.
True. That's true.
Soon enough.
Okay. Well, we just have to have that disclaimer, because people will listen to your opinions based on all of that. But obviously the biggest story yesterday was, finally, we got Notre Dame and Miami next to each other, and now we can compare the head-to-head. I kind of look at this as, when you first started learning algebra, and you ended up, you had no idea how to get to the answer, but you guessed and you got the answer right, and then the teacher calls on you and says, "Oh, so
show your work."
So Jimmy, how did you get to that answer? And you're like, hamana. I feel like that's what the committee did. They got to the right answer, but how they got to the right answer was a little suspect.
The committee is doing core math. That's what happened.
Nice.
Okay. We're all adding up the numbers and knowing what this is, and they're having you do all these other different steps to get to the same answer that they should have gotten to much earlier. I could read into this very easily, in that once they said, if they get head to head or once they're back to back, it'll be easier. So I just said, the moment BYU, in fact, I didn't even care what the result was. If BYU wins, Notre Dame's out. And if BYU loses, which I expected it to be a blowout, Notre Dame was going to be out. So I wasn't surprised at the result. I was just surprised at how convoluted the process was and how unnecessarily messy it had to be. And I suppose part of it, too, is not that we do weekly rankings, but that we started when we started. If you had started these weekly rankings like in week 3, where would Notre Dame have been and where would Miami have been? And then when they lose to SMU or Louisville, how far are they falling? They started the weekly rankings after Louisville beat Miami. And so the first thing they're seeing, and now that they're paying attention to these games, is, oh my goodness, Miami doesn't look very good. And granted, I thought Notre Dame was a better team than Miami for much of the season. They were getting better. But when the metrics are that close, and it's not like it just happened last week, it's been happening for the last few weeks, it's hard to believe that it took this for them to be back to back. And, it's like BYU was this, was the peanut butter and jelly in between this Notre Dame Miami sandwich. And now you just have 2 slices of bread, and now we can tell them apart. It's very different. It's very odd.
Schick, do you think the indignation from people, is it more about, let's talk about the 3 teams, right? Not just Notre Dame and Miami, but let's throw Alabama in. Is it the 2 teams that got in because of whether it's the perception of SEC bias with Alabama or just kind of this weirdness with the Miami versus Notre Dame situation? Or do you think that there is more frustration that Notre Dame is like a legit national championship contender, and now the field looks like it has one fewer actual contender that can win it all? Where do you think the anger ultimately lies?
Gosh, I think it's a lot of things, but I would say it's more about the book you're in and a contender, and now you can't contend and you're out. Like the whole notion of the rug being pulled from under them. I don't know how much of it is the thought of SEC bias. I think it's more about, look, we can get why Alabama's in. They're Alabama and they played in a conference championship game, but it's one thing to put Alabama in. It's another for them to not move down at all after that performance. And that's where I think people get hung up on it. It's just the process. Like, I think Notre Dame is ticked off because of the process. And college football fans are ticked off because Notre Dame is really good.
Yeah.
And really, the fault of all of this lies at the feet of the ACC. Because if the ACC just had a tiebreaker that prevented a situation like a 5-loss team getting in, if your second or third or even fourth tiebreaker was, hey, highest committee ranked team for the second place, Virginia's in no matter what. But a 5-way tie for second, and we're talking about comparative conference record opponents, win percentage, whatever, and we're putting in Duke. If Miami is in all of the controversy is gone.
Right.
Because if they lose in the ACC championship game, there's no controversy. You lost to Virginia, you're out. If you win, you're in. And guess who else is in? Notre Dame. Guess who's out? James Madison. The ACC created this problem. Conference realignment created these problems. The overhaul does not need to happen from the playoff. It's the overhaul of the conferences that have led to this. And Notre Dame, they've said, oh, this will make them go into a conference. No, it won't. It'll probably drive them further away from ever joining a conference because they see how the sausage is made. And they have 2 losses to their toughest 2 opponents. And they were right in there at the very end. What more could you want if you're Notre Dame?
Yeah.
Watching that Big Ten championship game, how convinced are you that Indiana is the best team in the Big Ten?
Gosh, I have to say yes. How convinced on a scale of 1 to 10? Probably an 8. The fact that they shut out Ohio State in the second half, the fact that they, Julian Sand is sacked nearly as many times in this game as he was all year, like that to me is stunning. On the lines of scrimmage, I was stunned with how, not that Indiana's good. Indiana's been great all year. Unlike some college football analysts, I was not surprised to see Indiana's defense do what it did. What was surprising is who they did it to and how inept Ohio State looked. And, some of the false pressure that they put on, and Julian Sand back, Fernando Mendoza, much more experienced, and I think you saw that there. It's hard to go against it. They got the best quarterback in the conference. They've got probably the best complementary set of receivers, not the most talented, but just the system and everything. It's just awesome. And the fact that they were able to do what they did against Ohio State, I'm on board. They're not the betting favorite. If you said gun to your head, Indiana or the field, I'm taking the field. But in terms of the Big Ten, they proved what they had to prove to everybody.
What would it mean for the sport of college football if they won a national championship?
Well, I think Indiana and Coastal Carolina could go out for drinks and talk about what they were able to accomplish back in the day with the College World Series and then this. It would be really good for college football. And I think you're seeing it. You are giving a ton of hope to a lot of teams out there of the why not us. And that's great for the sport. And people making an investment. You're talking about the losingest program in college football history doing this, and people whine and piss and moan about, oh, James Madison is in and Tulane is in. This is a sham. How could they be in? This is bad. It's like, you know what? We don't get to see this very often. This sport has been rigged against the haves, against the have versus the have-nots since the inception of the sport. And now everyone has a chance to be a have, and that's a good thing.
I know some of your duties might involve, hosting a show about the Big Ten, but because your check says ESPN, you're an SEC honk. So is Georgia the conference's only hope?
I think that's accurate. Yeah, I think that's accurate. A close second, or a somewhat distant second, I suppose, would be Texas A&M. Just because I think their path is manageable. I know Ohio State's down there, but getting through that first round game, Texas A&M, their resume isn't great, so I'm still skeptical. About a month ago, I may or may not have put a few shekels on Georgia when their odds weren't great, just because they're going to get better. They've got a great quarterback. The team is growing up. These aren't young players. These are older players now at the end of the season. I would agree with that. And the unfortunate thing is now Ohio State and Georgia, I feel like the winner of that game, if it's those two teams, I think that's your national championship winner. I really do.
So you don't look at, you already talked about Indiana a couple minutes ago. Oregon's at the top of the bracket. Texas Tech is on that side as well. You don't think any of those would be able, obviously we just saw what Indiana did, but you don't like the other two as much?
Yeah. Well, I think Oregon's path is fine. I just think whoever gets out of that, taking on either Georgia or Ohio State, like if you gave me Georgia or Ohio State, those two teams in the field, I would take those two. and I wouldn't even really hesitate at it. So it's not like they can't, but it's more about what's more likely to happen. And who knows how – I mean, I am concerned about Ohio State's offense after that game. And I think the good thing for Ohio State is now they've been tested. Now they have a game where they actually scored only 10 points and have to learn how to battle through that. The worst thing that might have happened for Ohio State is winning that game 27-10. You know, now they've got something that they can build off of, learn off of. But yeah, I just think in terms of the talent that is on the field, give me the most talent that teams everything.
Didn't Ohio State only score 10 against Michigan last year?
They did.
Yeah.
They did. And look what happened.
Yeah.
Look what happened.
Yep. So it's already written. Ohio State, once again, will hang a national title banner, but no Big Ten banner.
What would you rather have, guys? A Big Ten championship or a national championship?
402-951-1620. Give us a call.
You don't you use that poll question. That's our poll question. We got dibs on that, baby.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Matt.
Hands up. Were you guys, hey, before let's go,
yeah.
These guys are somewhat impartial. Were you guys surprised Miami got in? Were you disappointed about Notre Dame? Do you think there's Alabama bias? Like, where'd you guys come out on that?
I thought that Miami was going to get in. I thought that they were, once BYU, like I thought BYU was going to lose. And so then I thought that they were going to do the old flipperoo. I thought, though, if Bama lost by the amount of points they lost by, I thought they were going to get dropped out. I don't think Alabama can go on a run. I think Notre Dame could have gone on a run.
I agree.
And so I wanted Miami and Notre Dame in the field and Alabama out. I thought that would have made for a better overall group of 12 teams if it would have been those two.
Yeah. I agree with that. Here's the other thing, though. I cynically said this last week. I said, even if Alabama gets shellacked by Georgia, it makes their win at Georgia better. A win over the SEC
champs, baby. Matt Schick, of course, ESPN.
Matt.
Schick and Nick podcast.
Man.
And all of the other thousands
He's
of places.
all over your television.
He's
sometimes.
everywhere.
Yeah.
He's everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Matt, we appreciate it. Safe travels out of Hartford.
Thank you very much. ACC Network tonight. I will be wearing an ACC hat tonight, 5 o'clock Central Time on ACC Network with my friend Dave Clausen. And we will talk about how great the ACC is. So please watch.
We love the ACC, folks.
We'll do that. Please shill for Duke, having been
jobbed.
Unfairly treated by the committee.
Absolutely screwed. Yeah.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, Matt. That chick joining us.
Guys, anytime.
You bet. On the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline, which, by the way, is 402-951-1620. Didn't get all the other plaudits out there. JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC1620. Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. All right.
Now it's time to talk hoops. The people did not come to the show today for football. They came for basketball.
I don't think so.
They did. There are so many people watching right now because they want you to cry on the radio. They came here for basketball.
Okay, well, I hate to disappoint you.
I
hate to disappoint you. But we will discuss next on 1620 The Zone. Is this like a news segment?
I don't know. We never watched this show.
We don't. But you know how we've driven the big hits out of football because they're dangerous? They used to do, what was the...
Jacked up!
You got jacked up. Now on ESPN's NFL Live, there's a segment called Bust That Bleep Up.
I love it.
But it's basically the same thing. It's celebrating people getting
lit up,
jacked up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Though that one was pretty lame. It looked like a tackle to me.
That was pretty weak.
Oh, well, they want to make it look responsible.
That's true.
It's
Responsible.
the PC woke version of jacked up.
Jacked up has gone woke, and it's like now called bust that bleep up.
Oh, he pushed him down hard.
It's like the fairness doctrine. Remember the fairness doctrine? For every messed up hit they show, they have to show just a normal one.
Well, it looks like it's not. So it must not just be big hits. It looks like it must be when they did something that. See, now they're showing Matt Stafford. He doesn't deliver big hits.
Yes, he does.
Well, that's not true.
Yeah, he does. Watch this.
Bink. Stibb says they should do a segment called Washed Up and do 10 minutes on Pat Mahomes being a bad quarterback.
All right, 402-951-1620. Let's let Jesse get the conversation.
Wow, the
started
first
on this.
word is Jesse. Hello, Jesse.
Hi, guys.
Is this a Notre Dame or is this a Creighton convo?
Well, let's just say I spent my Sunday keeping the drywall contractors of the state employed. Yeah, there's not
many holes and many walls.
Yep, and everywhere else. Question. So, Josh, and we talked about this last week, and you just mentioned you had thought that if BYU loses, that Notre Dame and Miami would flip.
Yep.
And that's what happened.
Yep.
I want to ask you guys a question. Take a non-sicko, right, who hasn't ever really invested themselves in this process, and you sit them down on that Sunday and you say, okay, here's the deal. Notre Dame's currently 9th. Miami's currently 11th. Here's what happened yesterday. What do you think is going to happen? Why would that person say, oh, well, these two teams are going to flip? Why? They wouldn't.
No. Most common sense thinking people wouldn't think that way.
Yeah, they go, oh, well, why did that happen? What about that team that got smoked down in Atlanta? Anyway, yeah, so that's my gripe. It's with the process.
Totally fair.
And I totally agree with the guy you just had on. I'm sorry.
Matt Schick.
Matt, yeah. About it came down to Duke. It really did. If Duke loses that game, we're not having a conversation.
Correct.
ACC, the committee felt compelled to put the ACC in. The only way to do that is to put Miami in. It sucks. And again, we're not joining a conference. You're totally right. It's going to push us further away. So there's that. Now I can pivot.
Pivot
John,
to the other thing.
Yep. John, I know you spend a lot of time with these players and coaches. So it's probably more personal for you. And I'm a fan and I'm invested in everything. So I'm going to say some things that don't sound great, but
speak away.
The one question I want to ask, I want somebody to ask Greg and I want them all to line up. And I want somebody to go full Michael Scott against Toby and go, why are you the way you are? Why are you that way? Like, it's one thing. All right. When we had the Ricky Krecklow Jays, and we knew going into that season what we were up against. This is not that. This is a team where, to a man, there's an argument to be made that, to a man, this might be one of the most talented teams Greg's ever had. And yet we roll out this, whatever that is, every night, every single night. Okay. The biggest thing that concerns me is you're down 2 significant contributors to injury, right? You're already down those guys. 10 minutes into the game, 9 guys have played. Why are we confusing numbers with depth? And what kind of impact does that have on team chemistry? Why are 9 guys playing in the first 10 minutes when 2 first 7 guys are out? I don't get it. It's annoying. And I'm no longer rounding up my purchases at the concession booth to support the Jays until this changes.
All right, Jesse. No longer rounding up.
Because I assume that goes to the NIL.
Part of the problem is that one of the guys who gets subbed out a lot and then spends a lot of time on the bench is not 100%. and that would be Owen Freeman. He just can't give you the same kind of sustained minutes that he would normally be able to give under normal circumstances. Then you have the problem of just getting all the guys on the right page. Yes, it's true. There is a lot of individual talent there, but there are times where you can have a lot of individual pieces, but together the sum doesn't equal the individual parts. And I think that's what's happening here. I don't think that together this group and you're missing out on one of those guys who could have been maybe one of those glue guys that could help bring everything together in Jackson McAndrew, the guy who, was in the program, has been in the program, understands, where they need to be in the right spots, the right time. And you're missing that component as well. This is, at least to me, this is what it feels like to me. It feels like a perfect storm of consequences that have equaled a much lesser end product than anyone anticipated.
They don't look like a team.
They don't look like a team.
Yeah, Sindelar says 9 guys are playing in the first 10 minutes because they don't have chemistry and they're throwing things at the wall and figuring out if it clicks. Nothing really clicks right now.
Yeah.
They just don't look. They don't look like they know how to work with each other. They don't look like they know who to rely on. Like when you need a bucket, right? Like who do you look at? Like they don't have that.
And you are, I mean, Jesse made the comparison to the 2015 team. There is a comparison to the 2015 team in that, and I don't think we did a good enough service of emphasizing how hard it is to replace a legend. And that's what Kalkbrenner was.
Yeah.
Different than Doug.
A much different legend, yes.
A different kind of legend, but a legend nonetheless. And just as those Doug teams were built around him and built to do a certain thing, with him being like the gravitational pull, the same thing could be said about Kalkbrenner, and it worked on both ends of the floor. As Coach Mack has said a million times, I didn't recruit Doug for his defense. But with Kalkbrenner, it was both offense and defense, especially defense, but it was both ends of the floor. And you're finding out that replacing that is really difficult to do. That was going to be a challenge anyway. I think we accepted the fact it was going to be a challenge, especially defensively. What are they going to do when they don't have the same rim protection? Well, that problem is still there, but it's also spoken out offensively about how this team just doesn't feel like it has that connectivity that this system requires. And let's face it, Creighton has been batting, I'd say like 750, kind of spitballing, on incoming transfers.
They have nailed it. They have absolutely nailed it.
They nailed Maurice Watson. They nailed Marcus Foster.
And John, they're not just nailing like, oh, hey, that guy is going to be nice off the bench. They're nailing starters and high-level players that they need to be really good. And guys off the bench.
Starters and guys like Damian Jefferson, who was never like a star, but did a lot of things for them. Denzel Mahoney for a season. I think back to Ryan Hawkins. Hawkins was may have been one of the most important because that team does not get to the NCAA tournament. The young Jays, the baby Jays, as we called them, without him. But they've been doing so well in the portal, and this time the hit rate is far less in terms of what it means to the overall product. It's not to say that Blake Harper is a bad basketball player. Josh Dick, that's not saying that. But I just think that the connectivity is not there. The sum of the total sum of the team does not equal the individual parts. And
right now, there's just no answers. When they played the good teams this year, I mean, they've mostly been blowouts, right?
Every loss has been double digit,
except for the one, right? Was even one of those? I thought it was 3 bad losses in the. Trying to remember which one Iowa State?
Maybe Baylor.
Baylor wasn't that. I guess, and that was like 7 or 8 points.
Yeah, but still, that wasn't a game where they never led in that game.
No, that's true.
So as far as like game control, they were never in a good spot game control wise.
Yeah.
So yeah, that may have been a closer game in the final score, but game control wise, never led.
Pesky Blue says they all came within the last 2 years. Is the checkbook a little too big for their own good? Look, I would say this, I have 2 opinions on that. One, this is now the world. So, teams are going to have to figure it out and they will figure it out. Right now, I don't know if the Greg McDermott led program will much longer because he's going to be moving on. I do think though, that there's something to be said about what you mentioned a couple minutes ago with Kalkbrenner. And also just how many guys over the last few years had been in the program that were at the top of the pecking order, if you will, on the roster, and the reliance on those guys. And now all of the players that you were kind of asking to take a step forward this year had been role players, over the last few years. And I can't remember the exact verbiage Nick Baugh used yesterday on the broadcast. But he was critical of Josh Dix and you need to be more aggressive, in terms of stop being so passive and you need to take the ball and you need to do something.
They need a dog.
They don't have one.
They need a dog. They need someone, because if you're going to defeat what Nebraska was doing beyond just making more threes, you need to be able to get into the paint, shot fake, get guys out of position or get guys off their feet and either finish strong at the rim or draw fouls. And I thought there were opportunities in the first half to do that they didn't take. They started to do it a little bit, and I do emphasize a little bit in the second half, but by then it was a double-digit game, and it was over.
Sean says, do you think Mac was calling out his own team when he talked about Sam and Kale?
I'm glad that is brought up, because there was a quote about how Greg McDermott was complimenting Sam Hoiberg and Cale Jacobson on, I can't remember the exact verbiage, because he also said it on our post-game radio show. And I want to get the verbiage just right. But it had to do with how those guys accept their role at a very high level, and they do what it takes to win. And it's not about scoring points. It's not about accumulating stats. It's just about going out and doing your role. He had a better phrase for it than I gave you, but it's basically that.
Yeah.
Yes. When he said it on our post-game show, and then when I re-listened to the post-game media room, I thought, I think a message.
He's been saying,
I think a message is being also sent, A, complimenting the opponent, but B, sending it to my own locker room of, this is why we fail.
He's been saying it. I mean, publicly, think of the quotes after the opener.
Sure.
He has been, as someone who doesn't talk to him, and so this is me forming my own opinion, right? Like, you talk to him every day. Not every day, you talk to him a lot. He seems annoyed with his team, and he rightfully so. This is not a critique of Greg McDermott. He doesn't look like he's having a good time coaching his team. I think that there are a lot of coaches who love the kind of upstart, I'm going to coach them up, kind of get down into the nitty gritty of it all, and we're going to do this together. I think Nick Saban, for example, I think he enjoyed those flawed Alabama teams more than he enjoyed coaching the great ones, because there was just something he could bring out of them. I don't think that that's the vibe that I'm gathering right now from Greg McDermott with this group. I don't think he is enjoying the process of this team and coaching this team right now. And it's felt that way to me for a month, but I think in a rivalry game like this, where it's mostly uncompetitive the entire time. I mean, what is it? It's 15-2 early, and it was a slow 15.
I mean, to me, the turning point was right after the first media timeout. Nebraska goes on an 8-0 run,
knocks some threes down,
and that was it.
Yeah,
That to me was the turning point in the game because it never really got closer than.
So here's where it got close.
6 or 7 points.
It was 6 points. And so this is what I wrote down. There was 4:30 left, and Rank Mass got a couple of offensive rebounds, and on one of them he kicked it out and they made a 3, and that made it 23-14. And after that, Nebraska coasted, but they took a lead and they got it by double digits, and then they never did it again. But in that moment, because I told this to Sindelar yesterday, in rivalries, I am always looking for the lesser team and what they are able to do to hang around, especially if the lesser team in that particular season has had a leg up. For example, a couple weeks ago, Michigan plays Ohio State. Ohio State throws an early interception. It's like, are they about to do this again? Are they going to let them hang around too long to the point where then Michigan is going to say, we're going to do this again because we always do this again. And Ohio State's starting to think they're going to do this again because they always do this again. And then it didn't happen. And I thought for a moment, is this about to happen again? Where it just, Nebraska's up 15-2, and it's like they should be up by more. They're up 19-9. They should be up by more. And then it suddenly is a 6-point game, and I'm like, wow, is this thing going to be in the muckety muck for the next hour and a half? And they got a couple boards. They got a 3. Suddenly they're up by double digits, and then the answer to that question was obviously no. But I thought there was a chance. I understand why anyone else watching it wouldn't have thought that way, but I thought that there was a chance for a little bit.
402-951-1620. The phrase that Mac used was they're champions in their role. That's how he phrased it. They're champions in their role. And I do think, along with the texter, tweeter, whoever it was.
Texter about Kale.
That yes, there was another message being sent with that statement.
Yeah.
We will continue. If you have thoughts, we'll get to you on the other side. 402-951-1620 on 1620 The Zone.
RDJ fan says, I feel for Husker basketball fan. This feels the same as when CU continuously beats the brakes off Husker baseball and all the radio hosts talk about is how bad NU was rather than how good CU was.
Incredible.
I can compliment Nebraska. I mean, I picked in predictions. I thought Creighton would cover it. I didn't think that they were going to just do that to them, where it outside of that little tiny moment that it suddenly got 6 points away. That was the only time that it really was like, is this going to be a weird game? And then it wasn't. And I mean, it's hard for me as someone who, and I mean, you can speak to this even better, given you've been watching them for longer than I have. You just always expect, I'll speak for myself. I'll use I words. I always expect that the other shoe is going to drop, because I've seen the other shoe drop. All of the things that Greg McDermott said after the game in particular, they resonate very strongly with me, because those are the things that you want to hear about your team, right? Like if you're a fan of a team, you want to think that about your group, that they have that kind of fortitude, that they play well together. They do play well together. This is different. I can't believe it, and I know I'm still kind of viewing them through this long-term lens of what happened with Fred Hoiberg in his first few years and how bad it was. And how I'm still like, wow, this is amazing that they have kind of gotten out of that funk and they're a better team. But I mean, now they're in the top 25. And Josh says, why, Josh? Nebraska has now beaten Creighton 3 of the last 4 years. Because they didn't in Lincoln a couple years ago. And sometimes I think that they have been a much better team in this series as an underdog. And this time they were the favorite.
And they handled it well. Now, to the winner, go to the spoils. My jury is still very much out on this Nebraska team. Simply because when have they been tested? Oklahoma.
Well, Kansas State went down to the wire.
And Kansas State are, and sadly, Creighton are not particularly great teams right now. Now, the good news is for Nebraska, the tests are coming. Because the Big Ten schedule is right around the corner. But the other part of it, too, is they have not played in a hostile environment yet.
No, for sure.
Every environment they've been in is either at home or might as well be home. So I'll be very curious to see how the non-conference slate will prepare them. But that said, Nebraska is old in all the right places. Similar to what Creighton has been in recent years. They're old at the 4-5 position. They are old at point guard. And the difference is you have a bunch of guys who have been around each other long enough where that experience really matters. And they've added the right pieces with Frager emerging as the redshirt freshman, with Sanford as the transfer, where it fills the necessary gaps that they dropped and has made this team look more potent than ever before. So now listen, this team is going to typically go as it shoots the ball. Yesterday, you almost have to put yesterday off to the side just simply because that game was won defensively. That game was not won offensively. That game was won defensively because they have come up, Nate Lenzer's come up with a great game plan. They've basically carbon copied it for the last 4 years, and they've rolled it out. And the only time it didn't work is the time where, Creighton had guys like Baylor Shireman who weren't afraid to shoot and lit the nets on fire. But outside of that, the game plan has worked. You almost have to throw that out because now, all right, you go against different teams with different skill sets who you're not going to – that's not Nebraska. That defensive game plan is not the typical Nebraska MO, if you will. It just happens to work for this particular matchup. It will be very interesting to see how it goes when Big Ten season.
And it starts in 2 days.
Ask me in a month.
I was going to say, what you would
ask me in a month.
All right.
I need to see more than just a couple of Big Ten games.
Because they got Wisconsin and then they got Illinois.
I'm saying what they're doing is they're definitely trending in the right direction. But ask me after they have been stressed, and especially once they go on the road, because that's where the
they
rubber,
haven't played, like you said, they haven't
where
played
the rubber meets the road is how you play away from home.
Yeah, the thing I think that in my opinion, you really have to like about yesterday is I don't
Nothing.
think, well, if you're a Nebraska fan, I don't think they played well offensively and they still won by 21. You know, I'm kicking myself because on Friday, you know, we were talking about the matchup and some of the things that you guys saw coming. You know, we had John Walker on. We were talking about all the 3-pointers. And there was, I thought it was going to be more of an ugly game than it was going to be like this 100-90 type affair. And easy for me to say now, right? Hindsight's 2020. But I thought that the game would look more like that than it would like the Nebraska-Oklahoma game at the Pentagon, you know, last month. I want to see if they can win some more games like this. If their offense isn't playing well for spurts, they missed a lot of free throws as well.
Keep in mind that the games that their offense, quote unquote, didn't play well were bye games against Winthrop and USC Upstate.
Sure.
You play a game like that against Illinois.
Yeah, exactly. And so they're deep. They played well on defense.
They played very well.
And that I think is going to obviously really help them moving forward.
Here is this Devo?
Debo, D-E-B-O.
Debo, what's going on, Debo?
Sorry, Debo. Go ahead.
What's going on, fellas? John, bless you. Tough night yesterday, tough day today, I'm sure.
You know, the Rams won. Can't we talk about that? Why aren't we talking about the Rams?
John, the Rams are the last team I want to talk about as an STL native. Couldn't hate a team more than the Rams, so I'm being totally honest with you.
Well, you have partial justification.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
But no, I wanted to talk about that yesterday. You know, I think a lot of us Jays fans kind of saw that one coming just based on what we've seen this year. And it kind of goes back to what you guys were talking about before the break here. But, you know, pulling back in context, we've done great in the transfer portal. We missed this year. I think they might get better, but it looks like it missed this year. That's fine, given the context of all the success we've had. Like, it's fine. I don't like it. I'm not enjoying it. But we got to step back and realize what we've been given. But my real question here is, and it's kind of tough because none of us really know this timeline, but I think a lot of us saw Mac probably here for 2 more years, this year and next year. But I think the thought there with this team and the money they spent on this roster was to be championship contending, Big East tournament, if not making a deep run in the tournament. And as the season progresses, if it continues to go this way, if they continue to be this poor, bottom half of the Big East, don't really make a run in the Big East tournament, do you think it shifts Mac's timeline at all? Because a lot of my discussions today have been around who picked these players, who has the most say in personnel, and when does that change over to Huss happen? Because at some point, we're going to have to start looking towards the future.
Mm-hmm.
So really just kind of curious to see or when that decision comes of who's going to start picking the personnel for the 2016, the 2017, when Mac is no longer on the sideline.
Debo, good questions. I, not knowing it internally, because I'm not sitting there in the room when they're, doing these things, but given what Huss's role was previously, and given what his role is now, I have little doubt that there's a lot of collaboration with Alan Huss. And so whatever is being done now, remember the timeline of Huss coming over from High Point and accepting the role of associate head coach and coach in waiting came after a lot of the acquisitions of this year were already done, right? Because that didn't happen until later. So probably a lot of the transfers that are here weren't ones because Huss wasn't on the staff. So I don't know how much, there really wasn't a whole lot of collaboration on this year, just simply because Huss was still at High Point. But I think from not today, but from the moment he got here forward, I think there's been a lot of work on making sure that Huss has a giant say on the timeline of all of this. I've thought about this too. I've always been.
Does it make you want to
I've always been kind of a 2-year guy.
I'm not going out like this, or does it make you say, "God, maybe I should go out like this"?
Well,
it's a great question
because the obviously the first part of it is no, you don't want to go out like this, you want to go out on a higher note. But one thing about Greg McDermott is he is not selfish. He preaches unselfish play, and he's individually unselfish. He is not going to hang around just because of I'm not going to go out this way. If anything, you could talk me into he would be more apt to leave earlier so that it's a better transition for Huss to say, it's time for some new energy. It's time for the changeover to happen now so that you can get your stamp on this thing quicker.
Yeah. It's a good question.
Coming up next, we'll talk with Mitch Sherman.
A lot of news.
We haven't
talked about
anything.
Jeep and Geep.
We haven't talked one darn thing about Rob Orrick, which is how you say his name.
Yep.
And Gideon Pillow Wade the Fourth.
Mm-hmm.
That's his name, Nick.
It's time.
Gideon Pillow Wade the Fourth.
Man, we better hope the offensive line is good because otherwise the jokes will write themselves.
I don't care if they're good or they're bad. He is always going to be Gideon Pillow Wade the Fourth to me.
You're not calling him Jeep?
I love that name.
Jeep.
That's the best Nebraska coaching name since Ewald Jumbo Steen.
That sounds like the kind of name that a villain would have in one of those 80s ski movies.
It does. And I like it. Gideon Pillow Wade the Fourth.
Oh, of the New Hampshire Wade pillows.
Yes. I had a Gideon pillow once. It was the most comfortable pillow ever.
Nice.
But can it block on the edge?
Oh, good question.
On 1620 The Zone. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us as he does every Monday. Mitch, wow, a lot of things happened in rapid fire succession.
Oh, my gosh.
And there wasn't even a football game to cover.
I was just trying to enjoy the weekend, watch some football, get my brackets filled out, celebrate my son's birthday.
Yeah.
And it just kept coming and coming and coming. It was like a avalanche Husker football news.
I mean,
sports activity.
Here I thought that, and is it Karras? Is that his Vince Karras? The gentleman who ended up
Vince Karras is the Syracuse defensive coordinator. Yes.
Yes. As soon as you saw that his name popped up, I was like, oh, we got to start learning about him. And then all of a sudden, nope, you don't. And then, oh, look, it's Rob Orich. What did you make of the hire and just the timing of everything that happened over the weekend? Because, you know, if you were on the internet for 5 minutes on a Friday night, like I was, and saw Vince Karras's name, and then the next time you were on the internet, it's like, oh, wait, he's gone now. Everything seemed to happen very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, there's this. I think there's just this tendency when you're in this uncertain time with a major piece of the coaching staff to latch on to a name when you see it, and maybe it's because of the 7-5 by Nebraska's name, or the way that the last two games looked, or how some of the hires that Matt Rule has made haven't gone over as well as we like to think that they were going to when they came across our screens for the first time. You know, I really took a very much a wait and see approach with the names, and it wasn't just Karras. There were some other names out there. His did start to get a lot of weight behind it as the weekend went on. But, you know, I don't know. I think it's just the mood I'm in about Nebraska football right now. I was skeptical of it. I thought, okay, he was very successful at the Division III level and has done some nice things at Toledo, but I don't know. Like, where's the Big Ten in this guy? And I'm not saying that I needed I needed to see Big Ten experience, but I was looking for something to jump out at me. And Vince Karras is now at Syracuse, and in 2 years he might prove to have been the best hire of this entire coaching cycle from an assistant coach standpoint, or maybe from every coach standpoint. Maybe he's working his way to be the next Curt Cignetti. I don't know. And it's not like a dig on him at all, but we didn't have time to be skeptical. I mean, you can be skeptical after the hire, but I didn't have time to really think too much about Orich, because essentially the first time I heard about him, he was being hired by Nebraska yesterday. Right. So then you look at it through a different lens. And I've had a chance today to talk to some people about Rob Orich. I'm writing about, you know, this whole situation, and it's gray area. Like I'm very hesitant to make, you know, determinations about these coaches until they've been on the ground for a while, and not even so much after we get to hear from them and talk to them and see them in practice. Like, let's see him coach. Let's see him coach in the Big Ten. But I like Orich. I like the combination that he has of having turned around he's done like multiple reclamation projects with defensive units at Idaho and at San Diego State, the two most recent ones and two most applicable, because you get below that and you're not even in Division I, and it's a bit of apples and oranges to compare it to what you have to do in the Big Ten. But that's what he's going to be asked to do at Nebraska, with a lot more pieces, a lot more athletes and potential. Probably we'll see how the portal affects this defense than he had at San Diego State or Idaho. But yeah, I mean, I like the bones of this hire, and he doesn't have Big Ten experience or, you know, any kind of power conference experience as a player, assistant coach, or coordinator or anything. But
I don't think that needs to be the end all be all if he is, highly adept at coaching defense. And that's kind of the early word on him.
Yeah, Mitch, I was going to ask you. I mean, I imagine a lot of us have looked at the same kind of numbers, right? You're looking at what San Diego State did 24 on defense, what they did in 25, and you see a lot of improvement across the board: scoring, total offense, rushing offense, passing offense. What of all of the things that you saw in the 48 hours now since this news came down, what's the thing that you like the most, and maybe where are you most skeptical? Is it the lack of that Big Ten experience, or would you lean somewhere else with the skepticism?
I mean, there's nothing he can do about that. There's nothing he can do about the fact that he hasn't coached in the Big Ten. He's I think familiar with the region, from Michigan, played and coached at Minnesota. When he was at South Dakota, they were familiar with like the Nebraska and Iowa landscape. So it's not going to come in and be like foreign to him. Even though he's coming from San Diego, he understands the type of football that is played in the Big Ten. And I think that's good. That's part of the battle. It's not the whole thing. It doesn't mean that he's still not going to be a bit wowed or taken aback by just like the level of play on the offensive side when Nebraska lines up against Oregon and Ohio State next year. But that's probably going to be the case for anybody coming in from the outside, unless you hire Jim Knowles or Jim Leonard or something like that. But and Nebraska could have aimed for that. They could have gone and for somebody who had done it and had a great level of success in the Big Ten. But they went this route, and this has kind of been Matt Rule's MO. Other than Dana Holgerson, this is the way that Mike Eckler, I suppose, had a lot of experience. This is the way that he's gone, and he's had some success. He had success with Tony White doing this. Has had some success with other coaches going this route. I think like the work that Orich did in a short time at San Diego State in building a defense that could stop the run, and the way that his front, like the linebackers and that it's a 4-2-5 that seems to be what he ran this year. The way that they were fundamentally sound against the run. Right now that's on the minds of people around Nebraska because of how Penn State and Iowa and others abused Nebraska's run defense this year. So he should be able to implement some things in 2026 that help Nebraska improve in that area. And that's a great place to start. I think that's where you have to start. So I'd go with that as probably the most encouraging aspect of what I've learned about him in a short time.
And then there's Gideon Pillow Wade IV.
Is that his name? Okay.
That is his given name. I went to
Get used to it, friends.
Gideon Pillow Wade. That's why they call him Jeep, because GP, Gideon Pillow.
It's like Veep, how
Veep.
VP expanded to Veep.
And so he just goes by Jeep.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, Gideon Pillow Wade IV. Now, much longer in the tooth in terms of experience, and a lot more recent Power 4 experience given what he did at Georgia Tech. This feels like we are definitely going to lean hard into the run game higher. What were your thoughts?
Was he born in like a British country club? What?
I don't know.
A good question for him when you meet him.
It's obviously a family name, but if you look at him, he does not look British.
No.
He looks like an offensive line coach.
He looks like a guy who's named Jeep.
He does. He absolutely does.
Except spelled with a J, and he probably walks around. But anyway,
I'm having a hard time putting that pillow thing aside. I don't understand.
It's a family name. Come on.
Yeah. Okay. Hopefully he's not soft as a pillow.
And there it is.
That's probably the case. He's had a lot of success as an offensive line coach and does have Power 4 experience coming from Georgia Tech. So Georgia Tech, good at running the football, and has been for the extent of Jeep's time there. So this one seems to have some tentacles that connect to the Nebraska program. You can see maybe like a connection with Marcus Satterfield or Glenn Thomas, like way into the background with Jeep. And, that's another hallmark of a Matt Rule hire is where did he connect at some point with someone on the Nebraska staff? And that's fine. It's important. The familiarity is important. You don't want to limit yourself to those guys and like close off the pool to candidates who didn't have a connection. But, you can see with this hiring cycle that that's not what Rule is doing, or Rob Orich wouldn't have come onto their radar. So it's a nice mix. And so far in the hires that have been made, and there will be more, like Orich in particular is going to have the authority to shape that defensive staff. So I think, but maybe not before the bowl game, but he's going to split his time. It sounds like Orich is spend some time with Nebraska here over the next few weeks. We'll get to talk to Matt Rule tomorrow and see if Orich is going to coach San Diego State in the New Mexico Bowl. Is it the New Mexico Bowl, or are they playing New Mexico? I can't remember. But
I don't remember. I honestly don't know.
It's one of those two. There's a New Mexico affiliation. Either way, it's December 20th. So if he does coach that game, it's only a week and a half away. I'm sure that would be fine.
Yes, they're playing in the Ensalada, New Mexico Bowl against North Texas.
North Texas. Yes. Okay. As far as the O-line coach thing goes, I mean, obviously Rule had that one lined up. The hire was immediate after the news came out about Donovan Raiola. So that's, nice. It's nice when you can do that. It's nice when you don't have an opening and you don't have the uncertainty and the questions that are out there about players returning and what's going on with the recruits and things like that.
Mitch, smarter offensive line watchers than me have said Donovan Raiola has not been the problem this year, at least as it pertains to all of the sacks. They have pointed out the big gains with Emmett Johnson at running back, and so I use that as the precursor to ask, what, in your opinion, was the biggest reason that Matt Rule felt it was time to move on from Donovan Raiola, just given that he has had worse offensive lines than this year? Why was now the time?
I think that's all very fair. That Emmett Johnson also created a lot of yards on his own, but you can't say that without giving credit to the other 10 people on the offensive side, and that includes his wide receivers and tight ends and the offensive line. I think the biggest thing comes down to the development that they've had at the tackle position, because it hasn't been good, and this is year 4 with Donovan Raiola, and Rule in no way is judging him on what happened in 2022, but Nebraska has not been able to develop the tackles that it's brought in through high school recruiting, and as far as turning them into starters on the line. I mean, you're still looking this year at Turner Corcoran playing out there at the end of the year in his 6th season in the program, and they've had Gunnar Gatula and Teddy Prohaska. It's just the same players. I suppose you could say that Gatula developed, but he's had injuries that have held him back, and that there are more on the other side of that conversation than there are players that have flourished at that spot and have had to go to the portal and have had mixed results there, and have struggled some, I think, just to recruit good tackles, whether it's through the portal or on the high school side. So Donovan came to Nebraska as a coach who had worked well with centers, and I think it's easier for that transition to then for him to work well with offensive guards. But the outside part of that line, which it's a hugely important position, and it is a big part of how you avoid sacks. Not some of the sacks are on the offensive line. I'm not saying all 32 of them are, or 30 of them, but some of them are. And I think that's the biggest thing, that they need to do a better job of protecting the quarterback.
Mitch, as I'm thinking about, as much as I'm trying not to think about the Las Vegas Bowl, the mental mindset or the attitude towards this game, I think, is one of the more confounding that we'll ever see. I mean, last year was different because last year they were just breaking a bowl streak. So at that point, they could have sent Nebraska to the Birmingham Bowl, and they would have been fine with it. But this year it's so different in that it's not the freshness of new. You also have all of these changes happening on the coaching staff. Your best player is not going to be playing in this game. And I'm not sure exactly how folks are going to take this in. I know how people are. Once the ball is teed off, once it's kicked off, they're going to, the emotions are going to come back. The intensity is going to be there. But in terms of how you absorb it in the scope of the rest of the season is, outside of when Barney Cotton coached the team in the Holiday Bowl, because that just felt like, okay, this is all ending.
It literally was the end of something.
It was the end of something. And so it meant something, but then it didn't mean something. And this game kind of fits into that pocket, maybe even more so.
Yeah, it's more just the norm. I think it's the norm. It's been so long for Nebraska to be a regular participant in bowl games that if you go back to 2016 and earlier, it was before the transfer portal.
Yeah.
And it was before the calendar in college football was as screwed up as it is now. And bowl games kind of fit into the same box that they did when we were growing up watching them. Well, now it's totally changed. And like you said, last year was different for Nebraska because it was new and they would have been happy going anywhere. And they had a freshman quarterback who was trying to put a bow on that season and get to 7 wins, avoid a losing season. That's not even on the table here. Like if you lose, you still had a winning season. Of course, you don't want to go into the offseason with 3 consecutive losses, but what's it really going to matter in March? Sad to say, but what's it really going to matter in March? What happens in this game? I don't think it does. And I if Nebraska wins, great. But then the next day you're moving on. Even if you beat Utah, which is not, Nebraska is a 2-touchdown underdog in this game. It's probably, you're going to have to just move past it the next day, win or lose. So, that's what bowl games have become. Sadly, if you're not in the college football playoff, that's why teams, it was shocking yesterday to see Notre Dame turn down a bowl game. And I know Iowa State did it for different reasons, but to see Iowa State turn down a bowl game, these things are just, they're exhibition games at this point. And that's what this one kind of feels like for Nebraska because of all the moving parts with the stuff that we've talked about here. And as for as long as Nebraska's back in this position where it's going to bowl games, but they're not CFP games, this is going to be more, I think, what is the standard than a game like last year or the Fiesta Bowl or the Gator Bowl that people grew up watching.
Mitch, what did you think of Matt Rule's answer last week about TJ Lateef and his health?
Well, it was straightforward. Hamstrings are tough to come back from.
Yeah.
So he heard it on November 28th, and you don't just come back out the next week and start running around. We've seen plenty of players. I believe it was a hamstring that Quentin Ives had at the start of preseason camp.
Yeah.
And he wasn't himself until 3-4 weeks into the season. So different as a running back. You have to be able to go full speed. And, I think TJ, it'll be a month, more than a month by the time the bowl game is played after the Black Friday game. So he should be okay. Is he going to be 100%? Maybe not. Do you play him if he's not 100%? I think so. I don't know that you want to roll into that thing with Jalen Gramstad. You want to give yourself the best chance you can. And if TJ is 90%, then okay, he's not going to run it as much. But that's all right. There's a lot of guys out there who aren't 100% healthy in various games. Now, if he's 50%, that's probably not a good idea. So we'll see. I would certainly like to check in on that one again, by the end of this week. When it's been a little more time, but I thought Rule was honest with it, and I don't think he was necessarily setting it up so that Lateef was going to skip the bowl game, if that's what you were asking.
No, yeah, it was more, is he going to be healthy enough, and is there a word where Gramstad's a starter? Yeah,
could be the Jalen Gramstad game that goes down in history that we remember for years and years and years. Jalen Gramstad rallies Nebraska against Utah.
But if the offensive line is being shepherded by Gideon Pillow Wade IV, I think anyone can go play quarterback back there, and Nebraska will be just fine.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Mitch, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch.
Thanks, guys.
Seriously, and you asked a question that I've been thinking about a lot, not just when the news came down yesterday, but in the lead up to it. What are we to make of this bowl game? And you and I have been in lockstep for a decade now on the importance of these things. But if Lateef is not healthy and it's Gramstad or Davila, what do you make of that? The answer is nothing. But I I mean, we're going to be in uncharted territory.
Oh, it's going to be very uncharted territory, and I'm going to go ahead and make my promise today.
Ooh.
This game will have zero bearing on how I think back on the 2025 football season. This may be even more of a spring game than the spring game.
Nebraska is finishing 7-5, and there ain't another win on top of it for you or loss. They are 7-5. They're 7-5.
I'm going to be fair
mark.
and honest with how I believe these games are perceived and how these games are now played, and all of the things that go into bowls and all the falderall. I can't sit here today and say, oh man, this game's going to tell us a lot about.
It's going to tell us nothing.
It's going to tell us nothing. It's not going to tell us anything about the team that Nebraska just fielded.
Yep.
And it's not going to really tell us anything about the team that is to come, because the roster is going to change and coaches have or are changing. And the style of play is going to change. They're going to go to a different defensive scheme. Offensively, philosophically, they could be, fine-tuning some things to the point where it's going to be different. This game will mean nothing. All it is an exhibition game.
Well, there's
in my view.
That said, don't forget Big Red Overreaction on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The King has you covered with all of your takes for the bowl game.
I think there's a sneaky underrated thing about this game that we aren't talking about.
Not go long.
People have been having trouble sleeping.
Delos says Nebraska and Bowls is like the guy begging to get into the party all night, and when they finally gain access, everyone left. They are pointless.
I mean, sadly, this will truly be the first time. This will truly be the first time that Nebraskans and Nebraska fans will have to deal with the notion of what the new modern bowl game has become. Because when all of this transition was happening, they famously were not going to bowl games. And again, last year it didn't matter because they were jacked to be there. They were juiced. They didn't care that it was in New York. Again, they could have played this thing anywhere. They could have played this thing in South Dakota. It wouldn't have mattered. They were really excited to be there, and it was something that they were going to put a lot of energy in. I'm not saying they're not going to put energy into this.
Whoa.
And they're not going to try.
Low energy Nebraska.
But
sleepy rule.
But you can't fairly look at it and say, well, that was Nebraska. That was the perfect synopsis of Nebraska football 2025. And nor can you say, oh, and this will be the launching point for whatever. No, it won't be either. It's an exhibition game, pure and simple. Except they're going to charge a hell of a lot more money for it than a spring game.
It is expensive.
Yes, it is.
It is expensive.
And prepare for inconvenience if you are going, because it's Vegas.
Oh, no. Is a garbage F1 race happening again?
No.
Did somebody say
on New Year's
F1?
Eve.
No.
It's Vegas on New
that's
Year's
right.
Eve.
We're ringing in the new year with Nebraska getting boat raced by Utah.
But it won't matter in the grand scheme of things.
Don't put it on the internet that it matters.
Doesn't matter. I'm changing my tune on the Vegas F1 race, by the way. It's garbage. Get rid of it.
You already said that.
It's garbage. Get rid of it.
You already said that. That's not changing your tune. You said that last time.
No, last time I've said I've liked it.
Okay.
We still have not had our chance to break down Gideon Pillow Wade IV or Rob Orrick.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Notre Dame and all that stuff.
Too.
There's so many topics. We haven't talked about the Thunder. They won again. They're on pace for 78-4.
Are they the Lando Norris of the NBA?
No one gets that reference, Nick?
A couple people get that reference.
It was Thunder last night?
Somewhere in the world, probably. It's summer in some part of the world, John. In some part of the world, they're coming upon the College World Series. It's June somewhere.
Yeah, you're right.
Wow.
The Australian College World Series.
Australian Nick Grimm is just jittery. Oh, we're going to have baseball soon.
The LSU of Australia is ready to kick some ass.
Meanwhile, Australia, Josh is like, it'll be football season soon. It's almost here. I love that version of me.
Well, that version of you likes footy, though.
That version of you still has his original Twitter
rugby.
account, not some
not
rip-off,
Posh Jeterson.
not some random.
I'm picking up followers, John, at Posh
weirdo.
Jeterson.
Australian
Weirdo
baseball already
Twitter
started,
account.
by the way. Go Aces.
We'll be back on 1620 The Zone. It's the playoff or bust $15,000 sweepstakes on 1620 The Zone. Get entered to win now at 1620thezone.com. Brought to you by Lando Nurseries. By the way, thanks to everyone who gifted new unwrapped toys over the weekend or stuffed the truck.
On Saturday, when I was there, dude brought his Star Wars action figure collection and said, me and my wife are clearing out some of our collections. She donated some of her Barbies. He had totes unwrapped? Full of Star Wars action figures.
What?
Yes. And these things were like, when I was like 10, I was playing with some of these action figures. He's like, yeah, I would rather see kids play with these than they go to some other collector.
That is awesome.
It was incredible.
Good for that person.
I'm jealous of those kids.
Good for that person.
I mean, not that I would want to take away the ability to play with Star Wars figures for a toy, but I think Toys for Tots should go resell those and then turn around and use the money to buy more. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
No, I'm just saying it would help more people because those things are worth a lot.
They're worth a lot of money.
If they were taken care of in any way.
They were still in the packaging. They looked great.
By the way, Nate points out Nebraska 4-0 all-time against Utah, 100 emoji. Yeah, Nate, that's about to move to 4-1 all-time against Utah. But it won't matter either way.
It really won't.
But they're going to lose, John. Don't even try to talk me out of
it. It really won't.
They're going to lose.
Just a short segment here because I did want to, before we brought, or do we want to save the Gideon Pillow, Wade the Fourth, and Rob Orrick stuff for when we get to Michael?
Either way, I'm good to.
You want to do that?
I'm fine with that.
Well, we can do that.
Yeah,
we can do that.
Yeah.
The folks who are angry that Notre Dame ain't going to a bowl.
Are we on agreement on this?
I'm applauding Notre Dame. Not going to a bowl.
God, I feel like I've been taking crazy pills the last 24 hours. Everyone is righteous indignation about Notre Dame. I'm like, oh, well. Are you serious? We are not allowed as a society to say bowl games don't matter for years. And then a team is like, we're not going to go to the Pop-Tarts Bowl. And everyone, oh, my God, what is happening to America that Notre Dame would back out of the Pop-Tarts Bowl? It come on.
And I get
bunch of losers.
I get where some of the criticism is coming from because it's like, well, you're denying the kids the chance to. Again, it's not the benefit you think it is.
The players don't want to play in that game.
Especially when they have been turned down to play in the and this. Listen, the demise of the bowls. Yes, a large portion of it is because we have created an actual championship playoff. That's a big part of it. But there are other factors that have gone into it as well. The fact that it's an extra game, the fact that the players aren't getting NIL for it, the fact that, it is obviously, as much as those of us older folk want to romanticize the bowl era.
Oh, but look at the great trips they get to go on and those nice gifts that they get to have. And they get to go to the Lowry's Beef Bowl and have a prime rib eating contest at the Rose Bowl. And they get to see the sunset over the San Gabriels and all this stuff. It's not what it used to be.
Ken with
it hasn't been for a long time.
Ken with just an atrocious opinion in the YouTube chat. Play the game. Prove you actually belong to be in consideration for the playoff. First of all,
it's not going to prove anything.
No, of course it's not going to prove anything.
A bowl game result is not going to prove anything. And I'll say the same damn thing to everyone who's going to, look at how the SEC did in all these bowl games. That means they were better. Or the Big Ten did all this. No, I will not. I don't look at the result of bowl games to determine how good a team is or how good a conference was.
Or if they belonged in the playoff or not. If they belonged
in the playoff. It is such a moot point. Literally, the bowl games have become what the old NFL playoff bowl used to be.
That was the exact point I was going to make next. Like, it's ridiculous. Why would you want to play in something when you're not playing for the ultimate prize?
Correct.
And if this gives us more of see, here's the odd thing. Do I want the bowls deleted? No, I just don't watch them. But I also don't care if there is a demise to them. It does not affect me, and it will not affect me.
No.
And so I appreciate it, man. Like, if you're not playing for a championship, I don't think you should want to play in another game. But that's just me. I don't want to be a competitor in something that isn't actual competition or isn't going to mean something. Now, look, is there excuse for doing so? Laughable? Yes. Like, we're not going to let ESPN make money off of us. Like, That's pretty funny. Ha ha.
It is pretty funny, and I kind of tip my cap to them for that because they feel like they were a little bit mistreated. And were they or were they not? Again, did the committee come to the right decision? In my view, yes, from the standpoint of Miami should have been in. Now, we can have a different conversation if we want to talk about Alabama versus Notre Dame. But
I think Notre Dame's better.
But this conversation was about Miami and Notre Dame, and the notion that we needed to somehow get the inconvenient Mormons out of the way so that these two teams could be compared against each other. I mean, what planet are these CFP committee members on where we can't compare a team that's ranked 12th to a team that's ranked 10th because there's a team in between them. We can't do that. But all of a sudden, when they're next door neighbors, I used the analogy last week. If my house is pristine, it's got a great lawn and, everything's well kept, and we go down the street like 5 houses.
And there's Nick's house.
And there's crap in the yard, and the yard looks like garbage. It hasn't been mowed.
Hey, we keep our yard good.
But I'm just, as an example, guess what? It don't matter if they were right next to each other or they're 5 houses down. Everyone's going to see it. That logic is some of the most twistedly ridiculous logic. So basically what you're saying is
obvious.
Basically what you're saying is, well, we can't compare the 5th ranked team to the 7th ranked team because the 6th ranked team is in the way. Oh,
it was so obvious. They were telegraphing this thing for weeks. I couldn't believe, and this isn't like a criticism of you, I just couldn't believe that nobody could see what was obviously about to happen.
I didn't think, I mean.
They were telling us if they were next to each other that we're going to do it,
You're right, and this is where me not being cynical didn't pay off.
Yeah, it really didn't. Yeah.
Because the cynic in me who thinks that the people who run this sport are some of the dumbest people on the planet, it didn't kick in enough. I was legitimately surprised because I thought, no, they're not going to make themselves look so dumb that they're going to tell us for weeks, yep, Notre Dame's better than Miami, Notre Dame's better than Miami, Notre Dame's better than Miami.
But now we're comparing them.
But now we can compare them.
Miami's better now. See, Ken yet again wrong. No one cares about 69 and 70 teams in basketball. But here's the thing. Notre Dame could have won the title. I think Notre Dame could have gone into the playoff and ripped off 4 wins and won the national championship.
I believe one of the odds-making services had Notre Dame with the 4th best odds last week.
If they would have made it, I would have picked them to win in round 1, and I would have picked them to win in round 2. And I don't know if I would have picked them at the end, but I was definitely going to pick them to go to the semis. I thought that they were that good of a football team. I think the part that is frustrating to me, and this is where I will admit, didn't want Alabama in, don't want Alabama in, so there's probably some bias here. But, man, I just don't think that they're as good of a football team as Notre Dame is. I watched them play. They had negative rushing yards. Now, part of that was sacks. They had -3 rushing yards in the SEC championship game. They've been stumbling and bumbling over themselves for a month now. They played Auburn, and they got a bump up for winning a tough game at Auburn, even though go look at some of the teams that have beat Auburn this year. There was some, what do you call it? Window watching, or what do you call it when the kid goes and looks into a toy store window?
Window shopping.
Window shopping. There's some of that with Notre. Maybe that's not even the comparison I'm trying to make. But, man, Alabama got a bump for being Bama. I really believe that there was a bit of they're Alabama, though, because I just don't know how you watch this version of Alabama and they don't drop a single spot. I thought that Miami and Notre Dame were going to get in. I thought Alabama was going to take a hike after getting smoked by Georgia, and that would have been the better playoff.
Yeah, but you know what? You know what saved Alabama? The fact that this committee didn't want to be the one that basically drove the final fatal stake in the conference championship games.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
And remember, you have sitting athletic directors who know how important that game is to their conference and to the conference coffers.
Yeah, I was going to say
who sit on that committee.
Yep.
If that committee had been made up more of either media people or ex-coaches or just other football folks and not administrators, you probably would have seen Alabama drop, and thus the death knell be cast upon the conference.
It really would have been
because
then you made it and you're punished for making it.
Correct.
Yeah. But they should have been.
And I understand.
Games matter.
And I understand the logic behind that.
If they can't matter, they either need to matter or they don't. And right now they exist. It's Schrodinger's conference championship game. They matter and they don't at the same time.
Yeah.
It's stupid.
Before we go to break, here's Steve. Hi, Steve.
Hey, Steve.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call. I just wanted to comment on the playoffs here. There's a statement I've heard often about football or all sports really is the answer to all your questions is money.
Yeah.
And I think that's exactly what came down here in this decision. Maybe you can help me out here. My understanding is the Big Ten has 3 teams in the playoffs.
Yep.
But the other 15 schools receive some compensation for that. Is that correct?
Well, they divvy up some of it's kind of similar to how all the bowl games, the money gets divvied up. I mean, the teams that actually participate get a little more, but yes, everyone in a conference benefits from postseason play.
Okay.
To a degree.
But my understanding on this also is Notre Dame does not have to share any of its football revenue with other ACC schools.
Oh, no, because they're not in a conference. Yeah.
Right. But they've been using the ACC for years to get 5 games scheduled, because otherwise they're not going to get any games scheduled.
Well, they would have gotten games scheduled, but it is a scheduling alliance. It was part of the whole deal to put Notre Dame's other sports in the ACC.
That is correct. But the ACC didn't want Notre Dame in there over Miami because the ACC would not have made a dime if Miami was not in the playoffs.
That is true.
And Notre Dame doesn't have to share any of their money when they go to the playoffs. I imagine each round you get more money. Am I correct on that?
I believe so.
Okay. Last year, Ohio State won the championship, and I'm guessing Notre Dame took home more revenue than Ohio State did.
From the playoff, yes. Sure.
Yeah. Didn't have to share it with anyone.
Yeah.
And I think these conferences are finally saying, look, you got to start playing by the same rules as we do.
Well, Steve, they're doing a bad job of saying that because they signed a memorandum of understanding that moving forward, if Notre Dame is in the top 12, they get a guaranteed spot.
Yeah.
And also, if they care about money, Notre Dame being in the playoff would be better for the bottom line.
Yeah, it probably would because more eyes are going to watch it.
Correct.
Are going to watch me in the playoffs. You're right. But I don't know. I just think the Notre Dame athletic director said their relationship with the ACC was kind of broken today. Well, the ACC needed to have Miami in there to get some revenue out of this playoff. Otherwise, they weren't going to make a penny.
That may be true, but
couldn't disagree with that whole call.
Feelings were hurt, and that's the way it goes.
Also, who was it? Schick said it earlier. This is only going to make Notre Dame more emboldened to not join a conference.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If you think
I think
this
people
is
need to get over
they
this.
do. They
My
do need to
God.
get over this. And why would anybody at this point, if they had the cachet of a Notre Dame and had the money that they get to make by being Notre Dame, why would they want to join one of these bloated, overwrought, overregulated, overthought conferences?
And this might
with
be
their stupid tiebreakers.
This might be a bit galaxy brain on my part, but if you like traditions in college football and you're railing against the modern sport for all the dumb crap, them being an independent is tradition, and you should want that.
Absolutely.
You can't call Notre Dame whiners and crybabies when all of you keep saying they need to join a conference. They're not going to. Yeah, Travis says that the ACC is the dumbest for having idiotic tiebreakers. They're just at fault. If they were like the American and their conference tiebreaker was the playoff standings, Miami would have gotten in, Miami probably would have won, and then Miami and Notre Dame would have both made the playoff. It would have been great for all parties involved, but they had a stupid tiebreaker, and here they sit.
Well, they have stupid tiebreakers, and they just going without divisions was stupid in the first place.
And that too, yes, John. I just wanted to not mention that for once, but I knew you would.
Well, that is my soapbox.
It is. Oh, it's there. It's
and
ready.
wasn't I right again?
Wow, congratulations.
But I have an idea.
Ooh.
Now, I don't know if we're going to have time, but I do. I have to save it for tomorrow. I think it's a good idea,
okay.
Though.
Wow, that's a great
It gives me another day to workshop it because I was thinking about it. Kind of came up in a spur of the moment.
Were you in the shower?
No.
We love a shower thought, don't we?
Soaping and sudding.
Having a shower beer.
But
no, we're not children, Nick.
Yeah.
Children don't have shower beer.
21-year-old children.
I don't want soapy water getting in my beer, and I don't need to be drinking beer when I'm under a hot shower.
I've never had a problem getting soap in my shower beer.
Well, you don't use soap then.
I do.
I like to use soap. Lots
have
of
a
soap.
skill
and
issue.
the soap's just flying everywhere.
Mr. Soap.
Do you know how to shower? Why is your soap flopping everywhere?
Because, man, I like the bubbles.
Yeah, Nick.
16-20 the zone. Zone wants to send you to the Omaha Maverick men's game next Tuesday, not tomorrow Tuesday, a week from Tuesday, taking on York at Baxter Arena at 7 o'clock. You can listen this week to win tickets.
The Grum, we are giving away Omaha Mavs tickets.
That's what I'm told.
That's why the song says, yes, UNO.
Da-da-da.
Da-da-da.
That's what I'm told.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
This not
What are we doing now?
Not to go all in on
We're gonna talk
crapping
about
on the
Lando?
Bulls.
Yeah, I got a tweet to read too if we want.
This was this morning from On3 Sports. Breaking.
Oh.
5-7 Appalachian State is taking the last bowl bid versus Georgia Southern in the Birmingham Bowl. Brett McMurphy reports 7+ teams declined the invitation.
Yeah, including Scott Frost, UCF, Golden Knights.
Oh, but what about the practices?
Yeah, Nate asked, don't
what
you lose
about the practices?
Don't you lose extra practices if you don't go to a bowl game? Seems smart to lose practice. Thinking emoji. Yeah, you don't think practices are important. I do. I don't know why.
They're important, but in this day and age, when the rosters are changing over and all of your coaches are spending their time trying to figure out what the roster is going to be next year because the portal is a month away from opening and you already are getting an idea of who's leaving and who might be available, they could spend their energies in better ways than practices with a team that may not even look the same as they will in the spring.
How many schools on average decline the bowl?
Not very many. This is new.
This is brand new. I mean,
this is like COVID.
I mean, we had Notre Dame, Kansas State, Iowa State, 3 power conference schools turn down bowls in 24 hours.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is new. We're in a new.
5-7
teams is one thing, but yeah, we're in a new world.
Yes, we are.
Steve
this
says.
Is almost unprecedented.
Take your football and go home. Look, I realize the Bulls aren't what they used to be, and I doubt they'll be around much longer, but it still makes Notre Dame look bad in a lot of people's eyes. And that's fine. They do not look bad in my eyes, and they do not look bad in John's eyes.
No, they do not look bad.
Yeah,
they do not look bad. Remember, what would you rather have? Would you rather have a team that's totally disinterested in playing? Is that the entertainment you want to watch?
And that's why I don't like them, among other reasons.
Exactly. That's a big reason why I don't watch a lot of bowl games because I don't know which teams are really that interested in being there. They're not really playing for anything. And they don't have the stakes that they used to. Period. End of story. That's a fact. Yeah. They just don't. It's kind of that old adage, the value is what you put into it.
And they decided the value, there's not a value for them. And again, I appreciate that. This is a sport now that is built on getting to the playoff and trying to win a national championship. Now, because that is so large, you at one point you had to be top 2, and then you had to be top 4, and now you have to be top 12, and soon it'll probably be top 16.
Yeah.
If you don't make that, and you're Notre Dame, your season's a disappointment. I bet that this is not going to be the first time that this happens. And I bet now that Notre Dame has done it, other teams are going to have a permission structure to do it moving forward. And I will not have any issue with them doing so.
And to those of you who are disappointed because you do like watching because it is football, God bless you. It's just not for me.
Yeah, sure.
And yeah, it still may do better than most other sports on ESPN. And they're gonna continue to do force feed some kind of a bowl as long as they can milk viewership and money out of it. But we're closer to the end of the system than we are to the beginning of the system.
You know who is interested in those types of games?
Oh, Michael is.
Our next
He's
guest.
already done a breakdown of the Utah game.
Oh, Michael, what is wrong with you? Are you okay?
Disgusting.
Michael's not okay right now.
Oh, the Saints won. Oh, no.
I mean, most normal, well-adjusted people react the same way anytime the Saints win. Oh, the Saints won. Gross.
Hey, maybe they don't need a quarterback.
Now
They got Tyler Shuck. Maybe they already have their quarterback on the roster. Maybe they do.
The Saints are still mathematically alive to win that division, right?
No.
Aren't they?
No. What are they, 4-9?
Yeah, and the leader's like 7-6, right?
Rats, I guess legally they
Yes! Win that division! Let's go, Saints! 16-20 the zone.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice. Throw. It would be nice.
Throw.
I don't know. I don't like that severe guy.
Hey, everybody, it's Michael Severe. If the first word is hash brown, you guys can add patty or something Latin if you want. It's still a hash brown. I remember the first thing I thought walking out of there was, okay, we're back. You just got to go in the back. I'm sorry. This cat, now he had a good freshman year. He sucked last year. Why is it surprised that he went through a struggle this year?
Michael already brings the color.
I don't care about Fat Luca. I don't care about street clothes Anthony Davis. You both can go to hell.
Michael's black.
What the hell's going on?
I know.
man?
Is that an
It's
accident or is that
backed
just
up
rush
on
hour
Dodge
traffic?
Street again. Good
What
grief.
on earth?
Can't make up our minds.
What on earth?
Hello, Michael.
Hello.
How are you, Michael?
I got an event on Wednesday, so it's always stressful when it gets closer to that. You know, like, are people going to actually come? And are you going to have everything going to go right? Is the food going to show up on time? You know. So, yeah, I'm fine.
Is it a signing day special?
No.
No,
It is,
it's the Saints are still mathematically alive to win the NFC South celebration.
First of all, they have 3 wins, not 4, John.
Yeah, but if they
4.
win out and Carolina and Tampa and they still have a chance. I'm just saying, there's a chance.
There's a chance, Michael.
They could all finish 7-10.
Yesterday was one of the worst Sundays I can think of.
I agree.
And not because of the fact that, I mean, Nebraska won. That was good. But I had to listen to Kevin Harlan for the whole game, listen to the Saints game, which is truly a pain for me. I'm not sure there's anyone who knows less about what's going on in a football game they're actually at than maybe Gus Johnson. But yeah, it's he mispronounced half the players' names. It didn't matter if they were popular players or bench player. The tight end for the Saints caught like 12 passes. He called him Jackson half the time. He's been Johnson his whole life. But whatever. He's so great. Everybody he's top 3 national time. Whatever. He's horrible. And so I had him. And then the Saints mess around and win a game on the same day that Tennessee wins a game, which cost them, now down the 5th spot, which is just ridiculous. So
now, Michael, you said something there at the beginning of the answer that I did want to follow up on with you.
Yeah.
You are happy Nebraska won because I saw a tweet from you. Let's see if I can find it and read it to our entire audience.
Oh, is it the one where he said that Jack Mitchell is the kind of person that makes you want to root for Creighton?
It's his superpower.
Oh, superpower. That's
he's the only person that is so annoying about finally winning a game that he annoys you to the point where you want the other team to win. That's what I was saying. I'm like, dude, you've lost 1 billion games over the course of your fandom. Just relax and be happy that you won one, and don't be trying to rub people's nose in it. What are you, 12? And I would never cheer for Creighton, but still, with him driving me nuts, close.
Interesting. But you were happy that Creighton lost, though.
Yeah. What do you mean?
All right, I just wanted to make
sure. Trick question. I'm like, what do you? It's gotta be some sort of trick question in there,
okay,
right?
Michael. I'm still happy for you and the Saints.
Yeah, every
you.
time I will always tell people the Saints would have been the 8th pick in the draft with Patrick Mahomes, and they wanted to take him. They would have been 8th, but instead they had to go win a game late in the season, which dropped them to 11th, which allowed Kansas City to trade in front of them to take Patrick Mahomes. And Sean Payton had all plans to take Patrick Mahomes as the replacement for Drew Brees, and of course, that didn't happen. So don't win games. It's stupid. Why win games? Who cares if you're 4-13 or you're 5-12? None of that matters. 1-16 should be the goal. I don't know. I have no idea what the Titans were doing yesterday, and the Jets finally figured it out. Like, what are we doing? We won a game last week. Let's get killed this week. They finally figured it out, and the Titans tried to blow that game on purpose at the end. The dude punched a guy in front of the referee. Like, give me a penalty, please. And he punches the guy. He gives him a penalty to extend a drive. But man, it's just, this winning thing is just stupid. I don't get it.
Well, Nebraska went out and hired themselves 2 coaches this weekend. Rob Orrick.
Are we starting with him?
Yeah, let's start with Rob Orrick because obviously defensive coordinator. It's pretty high-profile position. Not that offensive line isn't, but we'll start because also Oric is ahead of Gideon Pillow Wade the fourth in the alphabet.
That's true.
That is true. That is very true. Yes, yes.
But here's a guy who has only been a defensive coordinator 1 year at Bemidji, 2 years at Idaho, and then this previous season at San Diego State. And now when you look at the numbers, and we, by the way, we tweeted these out a little bit earlier. If you look at the numbers at what they did this year at San Diego State, I mean, this was a team that was 5th in points allowed,
which was a massive jump from the previous year.
They led the country in yards per attempt, defensive passing. So, you know, the Huskers were winning that category for a lot of this season. San Diego State ended up doing it. Yards per carry, yards per play, they were 5th. Red zone scoring percentage, they were 1st in the country, 8th in touchdowns. So, I mean, really good numbers across the board. Yet, that's the only season he's got, Michael, in FBS football, because everything else was either Idaho FCS or Bemidji State, which is Division II, right?
I'm not saying this is a good thing or a bad thing, but if you look at his first year there, they actually regressed from 2023. So 2023, they were a fairly average defense and got worse in 24. So they dropped in long plays allowed. They dropped in per rush. They dropped in sacks even. Allowed 29 points a game. They'd allowed 26 points a game the year before. But the difference between 24 and 25 is incredible. I mean, they're in the country. Only 2 teams gave up fewer plays of 20 yards or more than this team. Think about all the teams they are. 136, 7. That's incredible. And tied for fewest plays allowed in 50-plus plays with just 1. The year before, they had given up 10. So the difference from 24 to 25 is I could go back and look, and I've seen some offensively, but I don't think I've seen a defensive change like this. Hell, you might have to go back to Bo Pelini because, I mean, interceptions went up, sacks went up, everything got better, and it didn't just get better by, say, the factor of 1 or a half. In some places, it got better by a factor of 4, that's freaky to think about. But yeah, he and then my buddy who, Colin Wilson, who loves to break this stuff down, is very excited about it. He loves San Diego State. They do a segment on their show called Nowhere Fast because it's hard to get the over playing a game against San Diego State because of their defense. And so, yeah, he's a big fan of it. I mean, other than there's a couple of stats in there, and most of them involve the fact that they didn't play a tough schedule.
Yep.
And that's the part of what brings your numbers down sometimes. But other than that, for the most part across the board, they were as dynamic as a defense as anybody in the country.
I was going to ask you about that, Michael, because I know a lot of the initial response from folks that, want to be skeptical, and that doesn't have to be a negative, is like, but what about the schedule? What about the schedule? Yeah. I was reading Dave Bartu's write-up about this, and he pointed out even strength of schedule adjusted, they are still top 10 in a lot of different metrics, 11th in success rate in terms of strength of schedule adjustments. How big of a concern, in your opinion, should that be that this has happened at lower levels? And as John pointed out, not a whole lot of years as well at these lower levels.
Well, I'm just going to remind you that about 8 years ago, Kirk Signetti was coaching my kids' team.
Great call.
So, he wasn't exactly coaching at a high level before he moved on to make Indiana the greatest turnaround in the history of football. This is what I said to somebody on Twitter. I said, whatever level you're at, if you dominate that level, I'm going to appreciate you. Go back to what he did at Idaho, right?
Yep.
Even at Idaho, they were a top defense in the FCS. The years he was there, they lowered their points a game, their opponent's point scoring a game each year. They lowered the amount of yards they give up each year. They'd gotten better. By the time he left there, again, they were 15th in total defense at that point and top 10 in scoring defense. And then he improved San Diego State by the points they get here. And then if you go back even farther and you look at some of the position coaching things, pretty good defenses there as well. So all you can do is be very good at the level you're at. There's no way to know for sure. We talked about this a couple of weeks ago. Remember with quarterbacks, how you don't know that guy you bring up from a lower level. Hell, he may be Rourke, right? Or he may be the guy that goes from Boston College to Florida State. You don't know. You just never know. And that's where we are. All I can tell you is that based off the people I talk to, my buddy is the president of the New Mexico Bowl. It's Isleta. That's the name of the casino down there.
Oh, Isleta. Okay. Yeah,
Isleta, and he talked to the San Diego coach this morning for his show, getting it ready for, everything. And he says that, first of all, they're going to go with an interim coach for the bowl game. So don't worry about this guy having to do 2 jobs. And just praised him, the difference he made as defensive coordinator this year. So obviously liked him as well, even though he's on his way out.
Is there any concern that, this is what Rule has done previously, right? He likes a young staff. He likes, in terms of developing players and developing coaches, that maybe you needed someone longer in the tooth or with more Big Ten / power conference experience, and that this is just going down that same rabbit hole of, well, this is Rule, wanting a younger staff, wanting a younger coach, and maybe shunning experience in the example of just trying to find the hot next thing.
Yeah, that's what we talked about last week. I know what he needed to do. I know what he needed to find, but he's himself. He is Matt Rule's going to do what Matt Rule believes in.
Yeah.
And this is his style. I would have rathered, if I was going to make a list of the 5 things I wanted the defensive coordinator to have in their resume, certainly being in the Big Ten or a power conference would have been one of them. But some of the other ones are his, Again, I think you got to limit explosive plays. There were a few teams in the country better eliminating explosive plays than San Diego State. They shut people out, They shut a Cal team out. Hey, your boy.
JKS.
Hey, worst game of his whole season.
Yep.
Less than 50% completion rate, threw a couple of picks, wasn't very good in the game. Shut 2 other teams out. One was a lower level, but still, they held Boise to 7 points. So it shows you that he's good at that level, right? So I would have liked to seen that out of the 5 or so things that I'd wish for. But I would have loved to seen somebody with power conference experience. You don't get it, but maybe he's getting this guy. Tony Elliott is an interesting thought, because as bad as Syracuse was at times, you could literally say they were a lower level. And I can say that as a person who's one of my good friends is a huge Syracuse fan, and I watch him go through the pain of it. And it wasn't very good. And then he turned that defense around, and then came here. And over the course of the 2 years he was here, he had top 20 defenses across the metrics. So this guy could maybe do the same thing. I don't know. I understand. How old was he? 38?
I was going to say he's pretty much my age. He's
Yeah, he
young.
shouldn't be that old, right? Because he was a player.
Yeah, seriously. He might be my exact age.
Yeah, he might be 37, 38.
Okay, so that's kind of what Rule does. He wants a person filled with energy, who is heading up, and who is going to eventually be leaving him for a better job or a head coaching job. That's what he wants. That's who he hires. And so I guess he got what he wanted.
What do you think this means for the rest of the defensive staff?
Well, we talked about this before too. Everybody I talked to that watched Braden coach, they said he's very good at it. But if you're a defensive coordinator and you're going to come in and it's on you to be great and succeed, I'm going to want my own people. Unless there's somebody that my head coach says to me, this guy needs to stay because we
know that's the DB's coach. We know
he's going to retain players, right? You want him. He's already went out and recruited people for you. He's gotten guys to come there. You don't want them to leave because he's leaving. And Andrew Marshall played really well. Sierra Wright had a couple of games where he didn't play to the level he wanted to, but he still was very good. And they made chicken salad out of some just real poop at the safety position. So, you like him, you want to keep him. Dvorak has now been with, if you count when he was a player, what's he been with Rule for like 9 or 10 years?
Yeah.
So I don't know if you just move him out. I would let my defensive coordinator make all his picks that he wanted to make, but I don't think that's something that Rule would do.
No, I would agree. And then there is Gideon Pillow Wade IV.
Yep.
Who is the new offensive line coach. And when you look at his numbers,
he's Almation, by the way. He's Phil Almation. You look at his resume, 11 jobs since 2005.
He has. Now, he was at Georgia Tech for the last 3 years. So
that's strange for him being at one place for that long. Yeah.
So, his family probably thought, oh, my God, there's cobwebs here. As soon as we see cobwebs in the house, we're supposed to move.
Right.
But you look at the numbers, and the rushing numbers obviously were really good. Top 30 marks across the board. Same with rush per carry. The sacks allowed.
Yep.
And a lot of people are going to look at these now. I do wonder how much of that too. I mean, it wasn't like it was a big drop back offense, but they only allowed 9 sacks each of the last 2 years, which Nebraska famously did in one game this year.
Oh, did they?
Right.
Yeah.
And if you look at 23, 24, and 25, right? You talk about those rushing numbers. In those years, though, your quarterback, Haynes King, had 15 touchdowns, 11 touchdowns, and 10 touchdowns, and never rushed for less than 580 yards. So a big chunk of that run game came from a quarterback who is, and not just a good runner, but a big physical runner, more like what you get from Sorsby than you get from a guy like TJ Lateef. And if you watch Haynes King play, he is tough as you can get.
Absolutely.
And so you would assume that his zone blocking scheme, which he loves. I've watched 3 interviews with him talking about zone blocking. He loves zone blocking the way I love a big booty woman. But anyway, he loves it. And he just will preach that. And inside zone, outside zone, we practice. I teach them the steps so they can go home and do it at their house. I mean, this guy loves zone blocking. But anyway, and along with having a mobile quarterback. So it kind of fits to what Nebraska seems to be moving towards.
What did you think of just the way in which the firing went down and then this hiring happened? You know, I guess I had a theory, Michael. Not a theory. I was told last week, Donovan is not going to make it, to the end of the season after the bowl game is probably going to be when he was gone. And so I kind of thought that it was going to happen then, but then the announcement comes and minutes later we learn that this is a guy that is going to be the next coach. Is that just an obvious answer of he was waiting until he had his next offensive line coach locked up before he decided to move on from Donovan?
I think you're right, but how about this? The last 2 games cost the defensive coordinator his job. The last 2 games didn't have anything to do at all, or the last 5 games didn't have anything to do with Donovan Raiola. If you look at the lack of sacks they gave up, the way they ran the ball, all of that, right? So I thought that was kind of funny. But yeah, it's pretty obvious as soon as, one guy is gone, the next guy is coming in, you had the conversations. And apparently there were 3 or 4 other teams that wanted Jeep. So once Nebraska beat them out, then he can make the move and move on from Donovan Raiola. But that's certainly what it seems like to me. But if you look at, you were talking about the sack numbers and all that stuff, 30 touchdowns rushing, right? That used to be what Nebraska used to put up, 30 touchdowns rushing.
Yep.
And they did it in they did it all 3 years, or just to the 29 and 30 back-to-back years. That's pretty impressive to do what he did. I know it's the ACC. It's not the SEC. It's not the Big Ten. But I watch a lot of Georgia Tech. I'm a rambling wreck guy. He did it without having really any NFL offensive linemen either. You can go back and look throughout his career. He's had guys who didn't. He had one guy drafted in the 7th round. Everybody else who made the NFL was undrafted free agent. Even his guys who were first team all conference, those guys weren't draftable guys. And so he's doing it with teaching and scheme and development and developing guys who you wouldn't be considering 4 and 5 stars either. So that's something else to look at.
Michael, this might be a hard question to answer because we don't know what the roster makeup is going to be, right?
Yeah.
Who they're going to add in the portal. I don't want to ask about both guys. Which one do you think is able to have a more immediate positive impact in 2026 without knowing the roster makeup?
Right. I think it's the offensive line coach. It was funny when John said we're going to start with the DC, and I understand the whole alphabet and stuff, but honestly, in Nebraska, the more popular guy and the guy more scrutinized is probably the offensive line coach. Since I moved here, the talk of the offensive line and the offensive line coach has dominated almost anything. Even when Cosgrove was here, and people were, of course, just so upset in 07, it was still criticisms of the offensive line coach, right? It was, and you got so many former offensive linemen, one fewer now, of course, with Vers being gone, but who were in the business or at least around the media. At one time, Aaron Graham and Aaron Taylor were doing a show together. So the talk of offensive line was always, at least since I've been here, dominating the airwaves. I think the offensive line coach has a chance to make a bigger difference because I think Pritchard is your left tackle, and I saw how good he could be. You have a center who I believe could be all Big Ten at certain level, and you have the money supposedly to go out and get guys in the portal. So I think you could build, and throughout the country, look around how many teams, even the really good teams like Alabama, go in the portal, get a guy out, and that guy's a starter for them. And so I think it's easier to do the offensive line than it would be to fix that defense, because the defense has got a lot of issues.
Well, and you also have some youngins on the offensive line that could be still developmental pieces that if Gideon, knows his stuff, might be able to do something with.
You'd hope so. I'd love to see those guys develop. We just haven't seen any of them yet.
No, we haven't. But I'm just saying there's the potential there.
Yeah.
That would be a fascinating question, because I tend to think it's always about the coordinators, because I remember the coordinator arguments being tooth, fang, and claw debates on some.
You remember how they were killing Kavanaugh? Was it Kavanaugh, right?
Kavanaugh, yep.
They were killing
that.
dude.
No, they were, and you're right.
And then after Kavanaugh, before the Kavanaugh was it Buddy Wyatt? Who was the other offensive line coach before him? Buddy Wyatt was defensive line coach.
No, he was defensive line coach.
Yeah, it was. I always remember for some reason these Nebraska fans just love their offensive line and love to get mad about them. But
okay, Bo had Barney.
Yep.
There wasn't someone before Kavanaugh, was there?
I'm pretty sure it was Cav the whole time. They only lasted 3 years. Yeah. And then Frost had Greg Austin.
And then Greg Austin.
And then he had, who did he have at the, and then he had Donnie.
And then he had Donnie, after Greg Austin,
Yeah.
And then before Barney.
I thought there was another one in there that I remember.
I think
them hating.
Who did Callahan have? Who was Callahan's guy again? What was his name?
He had Dennis.
Dennis Young?
No.
Dennis
Wagner. Dennis Wagner. Right, because he was like from was he from Kearney, or he was from some small, not Kearney, Wayne State, right?
Yes.
And he coached at Wayne State.
Yes.
And I remember people just mad because they were bringing some guy in who had coached at even though he was a Nebraska guy, he was like at a lower level. So people get mad about everything. But I just remember offensive line people getting upset about the way.
Yeah, but and strangely back then people didn't give Callahan enough credit for his offensive line coaching like they do today, because you're like, well, your head coach is an offensive line
and
guy.
Sam McEwen's been talking about it, Michael and I, because I know you listen to the Pick Six. Like, he's like, wow, we were critical of Barney, and we probably shouldn't have been as critical of Barney in the moment. Every coach, it's like there's this revisionist history of, you know what, you weren't so bad, Mr. Coach.
Well, look at all of the guys who got cups of coffee from 2005 through, say, 2019, right? Not even cups of coffee. Some of them really became pretty good starters. But look at all those guys. Most of them were really criticized when they were here. Very few of them, very few of us went, who that guy is? He's All-American. He's going to play in the league. Very Stirrup. I killed Zach Stirrup. His kick step was horrible. Zach Stirrup was horrible playing tackle.
I remember you going, because
he drove me nuts. His kick step was horrible.
His kick step is terrible. I kept thinking
brutal. Yes. Yeah. And then he goes to the league, and I think did he start a game for you? Did he start a game for the Cowboys? He went and played like guard and center just out of nowhere.
I believe so.
Guys can go make careers even though in college they don't get the recognition that they should.
That's true.
So was it a lot of great examples of that, actually.
So is it just muscle memory that, you saw that there was a Nebraska game on the future docket and you just had to do your breakdowns already of a bowl game?
What do you mean?
Well, you were already putting out your charts.
Oh, yeah. Once they confirmed that it was Utah, I'd already taken those out and highlighted them and stuff. And it's fascinating how big of a difference these two teams are in terms of their seasons, and they're playing each other. And the only reason is because of Nebraska's fan base, right? We talk about what Nebraska has going for it, and doesn't have the beaches and doesn't have the wonderful weather and all of that. But the fans are still the reason why Nebraska gets some respect. And they're at 7-5. They should be playing a 10-2 team that lost 2 games to 2 pretty good teams and has one of the most dynamic offenses in the country, and 2 offensive linemen who could be first-round picks. My favorite quarterback to watch in all of college football in Dampier, they're playing Nebraska. It doesn't make a lot of sense when you look at it on the top. It doesn't look like Detroit, but it's because of the fact that Nebraska's fans are gonna break the record for all-time attendance for a college game in that stadium.
Are you thinking about going?
Well, I may go for the pod. There's some conversation about going for the podcast. So maybe I've looked at. I got my credentials in case. We talked about it going out there like on the 30th and doing some stuff, but I don't know. We'll see. I'm going to be in New Orleans, so we go to New Orleans after Christmas. So I'd have to fly from New Orleans to Vegas. It's probably cheaper actually than flying from
it probably
Omaha. But yeah, I may do that. So I don't know. I would love I don't want to go as much because I know it's not gonna be a fun trip. I don't think. I think it's gonna be a bloodbath. But I told you,
and it's New Year's Eve in Las
That'll
Vegas.
be so fun.
yeah, we'll be done. You know, you do the game and you're done at what 3:30, right? 3:30, 4 o'clock. Everything's done. Maybe you can get a flight out at 7 or 8 o'clock. Did you see the price? Did you see the price of the hotel, the media hotel?
$99.
It's $99 for the 27th. It's $99 for the 28th. It's $99 for the 29th. It's $99 for the 30th. It's $299 for the 31st.
Wow.
Yeah. So fly out if you can get out. Yeah. Yeah.
That'd be fun. You might be in the air watching fireworks go off as people ring in the new year. That's always cool.
Yeah. I've never been in Vegas for New Year's. I've been in New York, New Orleans, of course, Houston,
Omaha.
Omaha. Not that often, actually, in Omaha. We're almost always gone.
Really?
We're almost never here for New Year's. We're almost always in New Orleans. That's kind of that's when we normally go, that break there. So I don't know. But yeah, I went through the matchup and broke it down. And there were a couple things that I thought when I was looking at the Utah team that I knew, like, right, I kind of knew, but that kind of surprised me in reads like trends and stuff, right?
Yeah.
So first of all, this game is going over. I know what is it, 49?
I was just gonna ask you, what's the total?
I think it's 49.
Okay. Oh, because Utah will score 50?
Utah on average is 6 to 7, so about 6.4 points over, combined obviously with the team they're playing total, because their defense gives up points. I'm sure you guys remember the wonderful Kansas State Utah game, which was incrable to watch. 51-47, something like that.
Oh yeah, we had that on in the background. Where
was that a super late game?
That was on.
No, it was. I thought it was early. Was it late?
No, it was. You're right. It was
That finished up.
I think that was the day Nebraska basketball played Oklahoma.
It was UCLA.
Okay.
It was UCLA game.
That's
okay. I was doing Big Red Overreaction and I was watching it.
Yes. That was an incredible game.
Yes.
Watching them. But as 13.5-point favorites or better, of course, they didn't cover against Kansas State, but the other 3 times they blew the teams out. So in general, and Nebraska certainly doesn't have, at that point, Kansas State's offense was going on a little roll. Remember, they kind of bounced back from their slow start, and they were getting going with the guy with his head. No, that was Kansas with the guy with his head in the water. Which one had his
water? That's Johnson's brother had his
Kansas, but that's Kansas State.
Kansas State's quarterback.
Yeah. So he was playing better and everything. 9 of the Huskers' 12 games have hit the over. So you combine that with the fact that games involving Utah and their opponent goes over as well. That's probably a good thing to look at. And here's the big reason. Nebraska allows a score on 96.8% of its opponent's red zone appearances. Yikes. And Utah is 90.4 scoring touchdowns when they get in the red zone. So you combine those two, and there should be some serious points scored.
And yet people want to go to this game?
They get to be in Vegas for
You're going to be in Vegas, and it's the last football game you're going to watch involving the Huskers for 7 months, dude. I mean,
football game.
It's a football game. Listen, I listen to you guys on the radio saying that stuff, right?
Thank you, Michael.
And my the guy I've hated for most of my life, but I'll use his quote, Coach Krzyzewski. If there's a trophy, I want to win it. If it's a chance to win the game, I want to win it. These people are competitors. These guys have fought their entire lives to be at the position they're at now, and they have a chance to go and play a football game, and you don't mess around in football. This isn't no pansy game like basketball or pansy game like football, baseball. You could get hurt in this game. So you go out and you play to win. That's what you go to do. You go out to kick somebody's ass. That's what football is all about. Not that other junky sports. This is a real sport.
But that's about the guys that actually play. Then you got the guys who are like, I'm good. I'm not going to
I don't care about those people.
I got more important things to do. Guys like, I don't know, Emmett Johnson.
John, here's something that I think that you should adopt, okay? It's one of my mantras. I can control what I can control. F the rest. All right? All the people who are playing can control is their play. They can't worry about who's going to be opting out or whatever else. None of that matters. And as a fan, all I want to do most years is see my team win. Most years, not this year. I want to see my team win.
There's all these depressing numbers on Nebraska going to get their ass.
Hey, there's lots of. Okay, let me ask you a question. Best game this weekend was what?
Indiana, Ohio State.
No, not even close.
I love that game. That was a great game.
Not even close.
Well, Duke, Virginia was pretty good.
Not even close. Not even close. No. It was in FCS.
Rams, Cardinals.
Yeah,
Yes.
not that
Great
either.
game.
So
Great
a
game.
team that was
Bills.
4-point favorite that has won every game they played in like 2 years loses a game where the quarterback who wins the game throws 5 interceptions and they outgame the other team by 280 yards. That is why it doesn't matter what the stats say. We can talk about them till we're blue in the face, but on any given Saturday, any given Wednesday, whatever day this
Any
game
given New Year's Eve, a Wednesday, yeah.
anything can happen.
So you're
I was
saying there's a
cheering
chance.
for South Dakota State because
Hey,
they have all
is
the
there a
guys.
world where it's Gramstad that's starting? I keep asking people about
No,
this.
so-
I don't know if I'm a crazy man with TJ Latif's hamstring.
And I know you have lots of inside stuff. I'm only going to go based off what the head coach said. He started off saying it was a hamstring injury. Do you remember him by the end of the interview? He said that it was tightness.
Yes.
That he had tightness.
Yeah,
And if it's tightness, that's something that we're talking a couple of weeks where you loosen that up and you feel a lot better. Now, if he strains a hamstring, which is, of course, remember this, if a strain is a tear. So that's 2 to 4 to 6 weeks, depending on the severity of it.
Yeah.
But if it's just tightness and they were concerned, remember the moment you saw that he was injured, right? And that was on that third down play where they run sprint out, well, kind of sprint out, and he goes to run, right? And instead of running, he tries to throw it into traffic and the ball goes into the ground. You could see him kind of limping there. It didn't look like he was in a lot of pain. It looked like he had something kind of a grab. And so I don't know. I mean, maybe he doesn't, but it seems like if it's just tightness, like coach said, and he's usually pretty honest about injuries, then he should be ready to go a month later.
Okay.
Yeah, but what if he sees that, it's only the Las Vegas Bowl and no one really cares, and he just kind of pulls a Rodney Dangerfield and says, "Oh, my arm, it's broken."
Look, I love the reference, but I'm going to remind you again. These are actual men, John.
So was Rodney. Are you saying Rodney Dangerfield?
These are
was a
actually
man?
men playing this game.
Not
and they don't-
basketball, not
yeah,
wimpy
it's not basketball or
I was talking about
golf
Rodney
or,
Dangerfield.
golf. It's not that kind of thing. This is actual football. The
Right,
kid's
this
going to
is
want
it.
to go
It's
out there and
football
win.
and running. Those are the
Yeah.
manly sports.
Yeah, that's not, no,
Right.
there's bullfighting, there's boxing, and there's football. Those are the three.
I
There's a
believe-
guy
I
doing them
believe
all.
Hemingway-
Car racing, I leave it out. I know.
Yeah,
I know.
didn't
Car racing.
Hemingway
He
say
said
that
car
it was
racing? I know, but
bullfighting, boxing, and auto racing?
But that was
is
back
really-
when auto racing was dangerous, and not anymore.
It is
You
dangerous.
still got the halo now and all that stuff. It's not
It's been
dangerous
like
anymore.
26 years since he passed
Yeah, did
away.
you see what F1 when he
we can
flipped and he
stop.
got out? I mean,
The
everything was-
what?
You see F1 and when he flipped and he broke the ankle. I mean,
John
he
didn't
came
see it. He didn't want to see it.
out. Oh my God, F1's so good.
That's what we all said to him. And he said,
Oh, they were
true,
telling because you're all telling
We
me
saying the
about
camera angles are
the
sweet.
camera angles. I'm
No,
like,
I mean the
ooh.
storyline's good. I mean the love story is a little, you don't need it, but I mean it's really good. And I thought that
Camera angles are sweet.
overall, just the whole belief of I want to watch F1 was emphasized by me watching that movie. I haven't watched the race since, but the movie was good.
I got a theory. Auto racing does not make for the best movie.
Wrong. The
That's
movie
not true.
racing scenes were cool.
That's not true.
You can't
There's-
say this.
What
if you
are,
have
what are the
to
bad
watch-
racing movies? What are the
There's
bad
not-
race? They're all good. Rush is great.
Yeah, we like
F1
Rush.
is great. Even Stoker Ace is a funny movie.
Sean is still obsessed with the.
That's
great.
funny.
Sean's still
Stroker Ace
obsessed
is
with the
great.
Tom Cruise one. He's using all the racing
It was
movies.
a
Top
in
Car.
Days
Top
of
Car is
Thunder.
one of the greatest 80s movies ever made.
Top
best
Car.
movies. Top Car. Yeah, your Top Gun, Top Car. Yeah, once Top Car. Yeah, Top Car's a great movie, dude. What are you talking about?
Car.
Again,
They
extra
should have named
love
it
scene. You
Top
don't need
Car. That because it literally was Top Gun, but with cars. They
Car,
should have just
yeah.
named it Top Car.
Top Car.
I've never
Mike,
heard it said that way.
I don't know what's more shocking. That John doesn't like movies of one of his favorite things, which is John, right? And then the other one is, how could you not see the original 007 movies? What is
I
wrong with
know.
you?
I know.
Yeah,
I
great. Dude, Sean Connery.
I
Speaking of
know.
men. Speaking of men, that
He
was a man.
I
That
just
was a
never,
man.
you know, I
Sean
just
Connery movies? Oh.
never got around to it. And then, I mean,
they're
really,
on
it's-
TV.
Well, I guess it shows Michael.
See, but I don't like watching movies on TV.
It shows
Oh.
Michael the difference in the generations because all of those, all those Bond movies were on all the time. Like ABC would play a Bond movie like every third Thursday.
And so I
Every
would
Sunday night sometimes. It's
See, and I would never do like so. If I saw that a movie was on TV, I'd be like, I don't want to watch it. I would rather rent it and watch it eventually,
Right,
because I want
yeah.
to watch it the way the director intended it to be seen, without curse words being edited out,
Well,
and with commercials.
Well,
no
there's not a lot of
curse
curse words in 007.
Well, I don't
There's a lot
wanna
of
watch
drinking and
commercials.
womanizing and a lot of misogyny, but
Those
there's
sound
not-
great to me.
There's a lot of all that stuff's in there, but it's not a lot of cursing.
misogyny sounds
In a
good to you.
movie,
lot of
John,
mis-
it's
a lot
not
of
in real
misogyny,
life,
yeah,
John.
yeah.
It's a movie.
I thought
Here-
Patriot
but-
Supply
but-
Josh was here.
Mm.
Here's the thing about it's funny because your generation, Josh, has TVs the size of our house.
I know.
We were watching these movies at home on like 19-inch TVs with no sound bar, nothing, and we watched them and enjoyed them. You basically got a theater in your house. I've got a 77-inch TV in my living room. We sit like 6 feet from it. I mean, come on.
My TV is pretty sick. All right, Dr. No, is that the first one?
Dr. No is the first one.
That is the first one, yeah. And just for the names of the characters, dude.
Yeah.
Just for the names of the characters.
Pussy galore.
Pussy galore. Pussy galore. You gotta
Pussy galore.
Yes. Just for the names of the characters.
And would you say of the
Golden Dong
of the original Golden Dong
Jaws?
I can't remember the actress's name, but Pussy Galore was probably the hottest of the first Bond women.
We were talking about
she was.
I was actually having this conversation with somebody not too long ago.
Awesome.
Ursula Andress.
Oh yeah,
I'm not sure which movie, but she's in a bikini.
She was the first one. I think she was in Dr.
My
No.
goodness gracious!
What's the other drop from Gary?
The breasts.
No, not that
The
one.
breasts.
You know which one I'm talking about. Wow. No, that one's good too. There's one more that starts with a B.
Boobies?
Yeah, no, it's close.
I'll
get it. All right, he's gonna get there. We got to find.
there's a lot of them. When Halle Berry comes out of the water in the more recent movies. What was it?
Yeah, that's pretty good too.
Play it again for Michael.
Boner.
Oh, okay, yeah. Anyway, so it's those
They
are
didn't really
incredible.
strike out on the Bond girls ever.
No, and they would always have one, like with Grace Jones, but they'd have one who was like the girl who was the fighter, whatever, right?
Yes.
Then they would have the little hot one. That was kind of like their thing they would always do in the movies. But yeah, you should see those, Josh.
All right,
They're very good.
And
I
believe
believe
we should do all of them next year. And John got mad at me.
I heard. He goes, I'll get bored. I watched 162 baseball games, but I'll get bored watching great Bond movies.
Thank you, Michael.
No. Hold
Thank
on. I'm also thinking in the audience. You think our audience was to hear nothing but Bond?
People
movies
love.
for
I
5
don't
months?
know. I think Bond is. So there's, obviously there's like Star Wars and there's superhero stuff. Bond is in the top 10 of the most popular franchises. People read the books, people seen the movies, their parents watch the movies, they watch movies. I mean, and it's still going, dude. It's still going. And there's only like 4 bad ones. There's only really 4 bad ones. Yeah, that's about it. Pierce Brosnan made a bad one. The Lazenby one, and then the recent guy, the new guy, he had one.
Craig. I didn't like the second Daniel Craig one. They like every chase
The Living
scene
Daylights or something like that. What was it called?
They had like a helicopter chase scene, a running chase scene, a driving chase scene. It was a Quantum Solace, I think. It was that one.
So there was one of them. What's the one that ends where they're like on the ranch and M gets killed and they're running through like the wet, marshy area. It's dark and they get into like a church.
That's
not Quantum of Solace. The one after that one, I believe.
Oh crap!
Skyfall.
Skyfall.
I
like Skyfall.
Is that the one with
I like
Anton
Casino
Chigurh?
Royale.
Or I guess not. That's his character's name. Who's Anton Chigurh? What's the guy who plays Anton Chigurh in No Country for Old Men? Javier Bardem.
Javier Bardem.
Is that the one with him?
Yeah.
Or was he in a different? Was he in Skyfall or was he in the next one?
I can't
He's
remember.
in the next one, I believe.
That guy, that bad guy. Remember he had that really long tracking shot speech. It was like 2 minutes of a speech. It was good stuff.
Josh, call it.
Michael.
Call it.
Oh, God, now I want to watch that movie again. I got that on Blu-ray.
That speech about the coin. I remember being in the theater and the hair on my arm was stand up. I was like, that's a good speech.
You know Country for Old Men?
That's
didn't we do it for Movie Club?
Did we?
Yeah.
Okay.
One of the greatest years in modern history of movies. Because
There Will Be Blood.
There Will Be Blood. And then there's
Michael
another
Clayton.
one in there. Michael Clayton. All
Clayton.
5 of the nominees were good.
Yeah.
Were really good for Best Picture.
Yeah.
Before they moved to 10. Yeah.
Now I want to go home and watch a movie.
So good.
Well, go watch Dr. No.
Maybe we will.
It's probably offered on somewhere we don't have to have commercials.
Yeah, I just looked at
they were all on.
So you have to have
MGM.
Yeah, you have to have MGM Plus.
Oh,
I don't have that. Well, we're all gonna soon have everything, right? Because this hostile takeover. The one thing I don't have is Paramount. But once they take over HBO and Warner Brothers and all that stuff, will I now have Paramount? I mean, what am I going to get out of all this?
We have 24/7 sports subscriptions. Shout out to 24/7 Sports for your Paramount Plus subscription.
Is that really true?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I got everything else. I could use Paramount.
If you're a 24/7 Sports member, you get Paramount Plus.
I did not know that. Okay,
It's a member
maybe
of the
at one point,
Viacom family of networks.
maybe one point I will get that and then get that Paramount Plus.
Nice.
So
great conversation today with Michael.
Yep, great conversation. Which
I'm turning in 3817 is what I'm turning in. I gotta do it right now. I just got a text.
Good Lord, it's December 8th. Tell
I
them
know
to wait.
we're doing a show tomorrow.
But you can wait.
this
Aren't
your
you
last
doing a
show?
show?
Is this
We're
your
not
last
doing another
show?
show. We're not doing another show. We do this show. This is a wrap up of the huge 10-person signing class. And then it is also the preview for the bowl game.
You know, they got these things now where you can do like video shorts and just put them out on social media. That you should just wait until then, and then they
With
can
the
put it
tiny
out.
microphone.
Yeah,
I
you
agree.
Can put it out
I
like
agree.
on Christmas.
I'm not a fan of doing the prediction before I know what all the opt-outs are and all that stuff, but it's going to go with the numbers.
I can't wait to see Nebraska's wide receivers catch the ball in this game. Yeah, just don't say anybody by name and you'll be fine.
That's what I know. We can't. We literally can't. You can't say. I mean, you can say Dan Pierre's not going to opt out. I know that.
Yeah.
But other than that, on their team, I don't. Waymont Jordan, the running back, won't opt out.
Yeah.
I don't know about anybody else though. The offensive linemen may all opt out. I don't know. Let's see.
Thanks.
The whole teams might opt out.
Wow.
Well, that's what Notre Dame did.
They might just they might just pick like 22 people out of the stands for each side.
Michael
come
could
down and
play.
I do love the fact that Notre Dame continues, like the Lakers, continues to help sports radio, sports TV, the talk shows, right?
Yeah.
Everybody had a take on Notre Dame today.
They really did.
And it was both. I mean, it was, I can't believe it's what a 12-year-old does. I can't believe you do something like this. This is ridiculous. And then, they were told that they were going to get in. They thought they were going to get in. They swayed to everybody had their own little take on it. And it just perpetuated that whole, we just argue and yell about everything all day long. I don't give a damn if Notre Dame wants to play or they don't play. Don't play. Who cares? Nobody likes you anyway. 2 billion Catholics, we don't like you either. So look, who cares?
You know what the real reason why Notre Dame?
They knew.
You know why? Real reason?
Why?
Because Notre Dame does not want its great reputation sullied by having to play in the Pop-Tarts Bowl, where they do the thing where the little mascot slides into the toaster and they bake a man alive.
It's not a bad take. But it is against, at least they gave them Michigan. So you got 2 blue bloods. At least they gave them somebody who you'd want to play.
No,
right?
it was going to be BYU.
Oh, it's BYU. Oh, that low. Oh, the religious bowl.
Exactly.
I can't believe they did that.
Catholic.
I wanted to see the religious bowl.
Whose God is fake? Find out Friday.
I know.
Afternoon.
We know the answer to the question to that.
That's actually true.
We know that answer. Have you read that story?
Yeah, a bunch of gold plates.
No offense, John Oakey.
America? Are we allowed to make fun of Mormons?
Would all the referees?
It's one letter away from more. Yeah.
Would they have made it so that all the referees were Muslim?
Oh, that would have been
nobody
awesome.
would be biased. No, I don't know how they would do that. That is funny. I had a guy tell me today that his favorite team is BYU, and then he goes, "Oh yeah, and I'm a fan of Utah too." And I go, "I'm hanging up on you." Well, his niece is a cheerleader for Utah, and he went to BYU. I'm like, you can't be holy war.
Pick a side. Pick a religion.
I know exactly. In the words of my good friend Blue Baca, ooh, pick a team. Pick a team. Yeah, I got all these.
Yeah,
I got a blue Baca too.
We all got a blue Baca.
I got a blue Baca. All right. Thank you, Michael.
Right.
Great stuff,
guys.
Michael.
See you later. Bye-bye.
When we come back, we got some content. We'll try to get to as much as we possibly
no
can.
promises. 3 questions max.
Yeah, we'll see what Nick allows us to do next on 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike. Hey, real quick before we get to content, how about this from the Daily Orange, which is I believe, the student newspaper for Syracuse. I could be wrong. Maybe it's just a newspaper up there, but they're reporting that LSU and Nebraska are battling for Elijah Robinson's services as defensive line coach. So, earlier, Football Scoop had reported that he was leaving Syracuse to join Lane Kiffin's coaching staff at LSU, but now apparently Nebraska is trying to land him. And interesting, John, they have a defensive line coach for now. So maybe they'll have a new one.
Well, we shall see.
Matt Rule's worked with him before, by the way.
Nick?
All right. The Bucs dropped another game yesterday, this time to the Saints, and now sit 7-6 on the season. Meanwhile, the Chiefs and Ravens went down to the Texans and Steelers, and both sit 6-7 on the year. Are any of those three Sunday losers making the playoffs?
I heard about 41 this weekend from some kids.
Yeah,
Yeah, John, I don't get it. Anyway.
Well, someone has to win
Someone
has to win the NFC South. Someone also has to win the AFC North.
Yeah.
Not all three are going to miss.
Oh, who's going to make it?
It's either the Ravens or the Bucs. I'm sad. Sorry, Chiefs fans, but I mean, there's just too much traffic ahead of you, and you
keep losing all the teams in front of you.
Yeah.
And now the Colts aren't going to make the playoffs either, so that tiebreaker is not even going to matter.
So, yeah, I'm
John, I think they might go over 3. Ravens stink. They're bad. They are not making the playoffs.
The Steelers won that game, and they're good.
So they're going to hold the tiebreaker, and then they're going to probably beat them again.
No, I'm just saying the Ravens aren't that bad. They lost to a good team.
What about the loss they had last week to the Bengals? The 4-9
Well, they had
Bengals.
Joey Burrow back, and he looked great.
But then they lost yesterday. Chiefs are not making the playoffs. Ravens aren't making the playoffs. John, I'm worried about the Bucs. They got the Panthers coming up soon. I'm worried. I think it might be 0-3.
Daniel Jones is done for the season with a torn Achilles. Josh, you famously predicted the Colts would not make the playoffs.
Oh.
You also had Nebraska at 7-5 and factored in a crippling injury to Dylan Raiola. You freak.
Uh-oh.
Do you feel good about yourself that your predictions also come with a side of debilitating physical maladies to the humans who play the game?
Fascinating.
Do I have powers that I didn't realize?
I don't know if it's powers, but it does seem like the only time your predictions are right factors in a horrible tragedy.
I almost made a joke, but thankfully I didn't.
Josh famously predicted a recession once after a terrible tragedy.
Yeah. You should have heard what I had to say in September of 2001.
Okay, don't encourage Chance.
Be a real shame if
Me and Chance were enemies this week.
Eagles lost tonight. Be a real shame, folks.
Speaking of.
Oh.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? The Eagles have installed the positivity rabbit in the locker room. It showed up this weekend, and the offensive line told reporter Ashlyn Sullivan they, quote, are not sad, they just wanted a good vibes bunny. Is it time to take the Chargers tonight?
It might be. Look at this giant monstrosity. Well, it says Happy Easter. That's in their locker room.
It's like a blow up you put in your yard.
This is
Don't show that to my wife. I do not want another damn blow up in my yard.
Oh, nice. This is for children, John. This is an adult male football team. Is that what I'm supposed to believe? That Nick Sirianni and the boys?
It's a yard ornament.
But
Josh.
that's the locker room. How bad are the vibes in this place right now? What is happening to this team? What is going on?
I mean, do you want a positivity rabbit or do you want an octogenarian with delusions of grandeur waltzing through your locker room? Which one do you want?
Hey.
Nice.
I mean, I'd rather just have the trophies.
A day that us fellow Star Wars fans never thought would happen is finally happening.
What's that?
Lucasfilm and Disney are re-releasing the original version of Star Wars in theaters for its 50th anniversary. It'll happen on February 17th, 2027, and IO9 has confirmed with Lucasfilm that it is, in fact, the original theatrical cut of the movie. Movie club type?
Why are they doing this in February? Why don't they mark the anniversary of the actual release in May?
That's a great question. Maybe because they're worried about more movies being out in May, and
They don't release movies anymore. It's like one movie a month that gets any attention.
May is usually when all the good ones.
Yeah, that's usually the
pop up.
blockbuster.
Exactly, and then maybe they're afraid that Star Wars will embarrass.
Oh, you would love this news. And
I
instead
do.
you
I
want
do.
to bitch.
No, I do like the news.
I'll be doing Creighton games.
I've seen Star Wars.
When's the last time you saw the original cut, though?
You were 7 and pee in your pants.
My friend, I texted this to my friend yesterday, and he was like, I've never seen the original
I
cut.
have the VHS.
So that's how I've seen it. It's been 30-something years. I am jacked for this.
The oldest version that I've seen was the 97 VHS.
And that's not the original, because that has, I was going to say Yoda in it, but it has Jabba the Hutt. Yeah.
Jabba, but as the slug thing, not just the dude.
Yeah. I'm way in on this. This sounds awesome. Now, John apparently is being a little whiny Willie.
No, I just think they should do it in
Whiny
honor of
Willie.
the actual 50th anniversary.
I would love to go. This sounds so much fun.
It does sound cool. Guys, there's one more here.
What a bonus question.
Lando Norris, my favorite driver, finished third in yesterday's race at Abu Dhabi, becoming the 35th
Another
ever
problematic Grand
Formula
Prix.
One world champion. Are you guys excited to hear me not talk about F1 for the next 89 days?
Wait, is this a promise?
Did
Yes.
all the drivers who didn't finish in the top 3, did they get their hands chopped off? Or something?
Nick, that's so
Jeez.
problematic.
Well, it is a very.
Ooh, I'm problematic. Ooh.
We're not going
He's
to
a
chop off Max
problem.
Verstappen's hands.
Well, no, he won the race.
Oh, not in the
He's
top.
talking
just
about
not
the
in the
fourth
top
place
3,
finisher.
yeah.
Wow.
Bobby
Fourth
Jones.
on down.
I mean, the way Sir
Bobby
Lewis
Jones.
the way Sir Lewis has been driving this year,
I would-
cutting off his hands might help.
Whoa.
I think the Andretti team, when they finally get to become real, need to purposely hire drivers that have NASCAR names like Dale, Bubba. I would love to see all the Europeans freak out over that. Oh my God, I got some guy named Dale.
I don't.
Happer
think
says
the
who is
Europeans
Hando Morris?
would- That sounds like a Star Wars character.
Zach writes, my dad has the original trilogy on beta. That's
Wow.
pretty cool. Betamax?
The HD
Still
DVD
have
of the
You still have a
80s.
beta that works?
Good question, John.
Yeah, he's sitting right next to you.
Hey, you monster. Nick. I can't believe you're not more excited for this because it's in February.
It has nothing to do. I was just surprised that they didn't want to time it with the actual.
There must be a big movie coming. You know, I think actually originally, I think there was supposed to be a Star Wars movie coming out in 2027.
Well, that's even perfect.
Oh, there is Starfighter. What's this movie?
The Last Starfighter?
Wow.
They did that in 84.
Star Wars Starfighter. Who's in Ryan Gosling? What? What's this movie? May 28th, 2027. So they wanted to release this before.
Well, they should have done the
This is a new Star Wars movie.
This is awesome.
Yeah, but they could have done the OG and then followed it up with this one
Like the
You
next week.
Yeah, you get the double feature and then people are more excited for it.
Wow, it's going to be released in IMAX. Whoa. God, movie club time.
Let's go.
Why, you're not even excited for this?
Do you even like Star Wars
What
anymore?
has happened to you?
What's wrong?
God,
Okay,
John.
I didn't
You used to
say
be such a happy individual.
I didn't say I wasn't excited to see the original Star Wars.
But I saw your face.
Yeah.
No, I was thinking of this. The extended universe is kind of like,
wow. Severe says you haven't seen the press for Starfighter. I've missed this. Song.
I haven't seen it.
Maybe I saw one announcement.
I thought
and
they
just
were
totally
doing
forgot about it.
the
Grogu movie.
Yeah, the
The Mandalorian movie.
Yeah.
yeah, the Boba Fett and the Grogu.
Yeah, Mike
Boba
says that
Fett
John
and
was
Baby
never
Yoda.
happy. That's true. You were never happy. I don't know why I thought
I
you were.
was too. I was very happy when I saw that the Rams won.
Nice. They did win, and they covered by a lot. They were 45-10.
All those miserable, happy Husker fans were leaving the arena. At least I was able to open my phone and go, 45-17. That's nice.
Did anyone say hi to you on the way out the door? Hey, John, good to see you. Drive safe.
Yeah. Yeah, if they did say it, I know I was. They did a nice job of keeping the plebes away from me. But the city of Lincoln, I got words with you.
Oh.
But that's for another day.
Because right now,
it's dinner time on 1620 The Zone.
Breakfast for dinner.
Fending for ourselves.
Something with street tacos.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's how it's done. We're on Sipple tomorrow.
And we'll talk to you on Tuesday.
Tomorrow.
Enjoy some Monday Night Football or whatever it is you're doing tonight.
You can listen right here on 1620 The Zone.
Nice.
It's very true.